Colleagues, roll call is open. And this is a council budget meeting, so we're required more than 13 delegates to constitute a quorum. And colleagues, we do have 13 members here in the council chambers, and that does constitute a quorum. And colleagues, we will call this budget session into order at 10:09 a.m. And this morning, Delegate Shade Paul, if you could provide our invocation this morning.
Hakoshin do hehet shadeja. Ado yad e anotko. Kachin e yad todizan ebe hadesti. Hajon do like washaman na hastan do kwa yitra yedelkis ado kune jona e ni shadan e gido kudi in the ne atkonja e benili do le. Khala e de ne dani glo do sani do hastri. Ado one has anigi e do benili do le. Ado la e hit on net a halon hitchin than lenigi to ken like e do aton e benili do begin eat do le. Adole wis agi e ni hit ne halo kebe gehigi e do e shayat e benili do le do kude sa e na hanalnish ado hinanta a large satahigi do bekeden satahigi do kude shadejan lenigi e na hasazi do na hayastigi do ado kude hashke nanta do e do benili do le atkonje ein jono e kude based on lenigi e by yelt hit ado eshin ku has twido sani ado welche atkonje e etrahigi ilto e benelni do le do e ba kude jono go e by yelt hit do le khala e shin ilto a joba badanitzen do kude atkonje e ku ultran lenigi do le ni hisalalto e ilto e beneli hala e ni chata spa do konde ni hizan lenigi to e yad egi atin di dishje ku chisil in ado sa e ya ku ba ogla ta halo e ne shori do a atkonje ze be na ha do tradedin il tosegi e a atkonje e yad e ako e to e ba hetanizen ado konde jian saka do ku tosaka e beneche yad e ni hajon do le ado a atkonje e to kunde ni keya to e beneli hala e ni mana standa di no do a atkonje e ni hitzel e bi sa ango kunde to this na jene do go sli the bensa do jon le this na oteli a atkonje e betraho yad e kun hina gloshi da hala kunde ni da ke da hala to ako a atkonje e de nebe ol enigi e atindi dishje alto e atindi mi hetra halodo e beneche ni hitzil ako e kwat a kun shahada e kun to dezen e be hasido le kwash tradien lini kode di in de net on the e kwat a in John has clean so dishne John has clean John has clean John has clean John has clean
Hehet Shade kodo to the zen behenzi gidon khain lagi kodo shin ben hetra yata hot eto do nejuno ko shin hina hat nada do in di jimpi ado kone na sogi na kikone recognizing guests and visiting officials of the Navajo Nation. Honorable Tolth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Also, 25th Navajo Nation Council, Navigator members. I wanted to echo to all our employees. Also, some of our Native people were let go, and sorry to hear that. And some of them are trying to look for a job. So it is petitioning. Harlan hi Washington lengi kon sanalke has ad kinalke has ad e jota ba olta school jito I the Christian BIE ado contract school that egita I hashin so bohoti e kodo benashni to leto begin ka de shi Jono e kehoto tonsin le johonitsen ko citizen e biga ede koro me bichadis padajo pa we're all human being jubal gana hono ede hot e chios in le ado hade la na han hit o ni heda bazin ko e Salau Nilkijil at the quiz kandashi e han hidel card hoi etzna il be tsna that is sky it beta jelnita to da hot it's written in the history, so they shouldn't be questioning us if we're really from this Kenya johot e ben hita anishin li hot ende yat ende hatot leson has chindo komba da jo bai dan ato atan hilni to halit in Washington don his ahad zeta chota hoin zenchi ed ya ko begin kandishi yat e besenda hidot alto balchin da holto e beta dishna salalt so da betao it salalt so leniki here we defend the country God on he galnast sacrifice a way that you know has let us go. That should be the key word, who we are. So what are a kodoba this stone a coshin lanik is a hodan rikan gay con at adan hitis nella sa e yahe la de no kacho tapet on e be dishneti penibigi digin shi besta halondo listo in yat osinanes chunde dort hero dai od nanes khanda dort as od abansis case ede ya kodobe hat decision at ani no seni kishin sto hat abanso case gichin da kredo hicheta hal shikan ligi kwe hun hit ilia jo hodat en lenko jo bayel tito jo batzil zendo beslike e hota beslis case le ko ede ba hoye lishina nisjono jutkhao e halchen ya hay budget ile ko honalgeta holinda jo ibn Ebedition speaker, Madam Speaker, this morning, as we start with Nabagat budget meeting or session. Thank you.
Yeah, Shache. The Kunabana Sogi, a Vice Chair Slater.
Good morning, colleagues. I hope we have a great session today and look forward to taking care of business quickly and judiciously. I just want to recognize my Luka Chukai chapter officials and chapter veterans organization who are over at DCD. I might not get a chance to recognize them later. I think they're going to come over to the chambers. So if you see some friendly, happy faces who are working on our veterans multi-purpose building, don't be afraid to say hi. And I hope we all have a good session today. Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield back.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Do Shiaj, Honorable Daniels.
Yeah, Madam Chair, yeah, Arunda Kodonabiki, Speaker, yeah, Shma, Aruda 25th Navajo Nation Council, Shnanta Sheniki, yeah, Ado Kodo, Deji Yajo Kodo, Citizen Kodo, yeah, Hahatsi Kodo, Ishin Kodo, the nation, the Nils and all the Ko, yeah, Kodo, the Ray, or yeah, Benashni, and the Ray Utah water rights. Jay Bedlanda as late on Nakoto a Benyenta stay, Conagana Kitamoyada, a Kotoda shama koto Honorable Parish Honhana Yadona Honorable Ricknez Honaj Honhitlash Ajo. Ako AIC head additional Aja Ado Yego Hashil so Bentaj Nashoko. Lada Nache or David initial. Gabahina il Dako Kodo. So Nagadam I see Benash Bedesh Nito Hebet Desh Niligi Kodo Bishmas Anna. The Christian Islana Kayhoti and Ray Aja has Anigi Beshandash Nashoko. Honorable Filford, Davis Filford. A Hashin Sogo, AIC Kodo Yayash Kito Yahanatzeko, A Hor Zijo, 20th Council, 21st Council, 23rd Council, A Otabashan Shudeshlaho, Adonana Kodona Redam, 24th Council, A Lona Redam. Honorable Charlene So, Edo, Hashin So, Yahanatzeko, Ehol Jiho, I see Hodona Redam, So Lake House, Zogona Redam, State Capital, Adabashanate, Letabahanate, Zitonana, I seen Habakan So, Zido, Letadi, no Ibana Ikao, Hol Jiho, Adonana Kodona Reda, Shanan, Lenigi Asha, Honorable Mary Boy, Kenneth Mary Boy, Adan the Honorable Mark Maryboy, Lokodo, Benashni, do Hebet edition, Kodo, the Yego in Radia, in Yetrata Ashko. Chapters, I see Kodo, Nalsos Betanautit, I D Kodo, Benado, J, no, the Ecodo, chapters it not Ashko, Abanana, she Lako, AIC Kodo, Ado Dashanala Kodo, Honorable President Nes Kodo, Bishmas and Law, Ehahol Jijo. In the 21st Council, Ado Hashtan Vice President Selene or President Selene, AIC Banana, she la Hashin Sogo. Edo IC Habitine, Nedo Leshanale, Hadashina, Hokadaho, Edo Hakodo, Ado and Kokodo, Navajo Utah Commission, Staff and Lenigi, Director, Executive Director Clarence Rockwell, Ado and the Staff and Lenigi, Stephanie Hawley. Edo Donald Sos Nash, a Yosingo. Oh, hold Jeshako, this cheated and out I, Nail Nashoko. AIC Habitini Dollars, aren't the Kodo, DOJ, Kodo Water Rights Unit. Edo Kodo, AIC Kodo, but the dish Nishako, Edihun Sogo, AIC, Shata Zado, Kodo, Hashin Sogo, a two again, Yachebe, Ladas, Leho, 81,500 acre feet per year. Ko Ecuador Nagadam, Hote, Nagadam, so Leha Hot Zojo, Nikiko Hilkas Anigi, Nabeho, Genas Zogi, Nagay San Juan County, Aj Neket, Enigi, Do is that for Tobika Il Nida. A co Asian Kodo A, but that our niche. Aro Toshinas died at the loss of hope. So Ehuda Ecuador Baba had a settle as in how a hair Kodo, the Bishmas and not again Hido Kodo. Hashin Sogo Kodo not so sped than out it legislations. A Kodon have a case or Zingo, Ecuador A whole Jijo, AIC here and get the Destiny Bishmas and not Shenegate 25th Council, Kodo 24th, 23rd, all the way to Lent and House Ago. Lada in out Sosikenes de Hodida. So A would I here did need all that Kodo. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Daniels for those recognitions this morning. Ado Nana Vice Chair Simonson.
Oh, yat have been Speaker Curley. Yat have been ado Quadoshan and no Shinigi. Special council session bin ye a Dahnadani bindo Hashin Sagon Hinanish and Nadil Netolil a Bahisan. Ado Kagi Bahades Zihigishi a Quado Dishia at Nakinahi, what our Bishba das Anini Lingo, a coho de holjish, a coho Konzaje, a coho Quado Hashit el in Hinant a coho hat o a Elchaya at Higi Hallo, a coho. Di besh behanna epi do Facebook do waliego e quado mihanant a Eugenia Charles Newton de Cushing's Kanda, Shelna, de hot out to law, Legon, not out nicht the snow, qua Islande, Shikije, Lichi or Hala ADAIC, President, Kate's Zinshit out ni, a call Besha, a hot out Besha or Z, though I hot out Be Shaya Atke, a call Adobanashtida. Ado o inizi o ashi ani ako ashi hot edolech nizi de dana et sheltos kode she e shadanos the najlo the nenidle hashin sago benan ketalia do belgana nidlida the nenidle the Negelon she hot out at a need or late. The Negelon she should not ani jano ya just get or late. Ada she eat ada. Nahanat ani became the zigo. Ada she eat ada. Hala en yet ne ya a. Hala e has tratin do. Hashinet not the miliage hot out in zi. A co e opic a home in stand la hode. A co e ya bahadisti. A co I don't know, Kegon a dolda shin janago, the shanal nas eight had hard bana asteta. Corden he had hardly, Irvin so will yego, a cohon lage, Nehojan tra the other trasatao is candle, code a shanal elia, a coho, a benago, a so quiet dollar, an archego. Shanata qua elia, don't lay ya ibagaje, shinal, sin, clan dest, shiaj, tiding. Conde zil ka has sin waliajan. I could only des, and they dig at sapiage was chin bitnadi ka, let zil betrahi ka hoshit, a coho. Zil na o deli, jo at sapiage, adot zil chol was chin. Quenza de ka, o coho, ben yes senigi, jo ya, nil zel dolel. Ado enkina hat halon dolel. Ado ahat ishist adil niliki, quan enkinat adolel, do ben hit zil dolel. She ben yessen. A cohort at den Janagos that's ado dahandis ado yado that the yande the nele nehoshila. That yad eshilne, yad eshedeja. Nation ila, not anin han yala shelila. Adon de ado o shitido yo shelnahasneta. Adon de shelnila atla sadi hadzi. De shelnila anahajina pa shelnila. Anhajina pa. A coho all bances queso. Do tranche dies na. Shajay dies na. A co oshi show. Nlenigi yeshajan hadzi. O ba ye nizi. A co a net nijikodonaso. A hotel ishanad ishidolil. O hotel bans the case. Adoshi anil hotel. She winosen, shanat ahnolenigi, a coyat a bendo yehen hidini dolil.
Yeah, Vice Chair Simonson. And colleagues, are there any other recognition of guests this morning? And there are no reserve time, colleagues, so we will move forward with our agenda. Number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Staff, if you could help us read our agenda into the record, then I will recognize a motion in a second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Navajo Nation Council, this is the proposed agenda of the 25th Navajo Nation Council budget session, Thursday, February 27, 2025, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Crystalline Curley, Speaker, 25th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, old business none. 5, new business A, legislation 0012-25. 6, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Honorable Daniels, second by Honorable Toth. Ados tola pana adol kita. No questions, comments, and colleagues will go for a vote. Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do na kiatu. O sabi haotsi lenigi. Di budget bani kadoban sis keso. Di lato ein hits e veto aliato bakaha da sita. Ado amendment bandi kre. So the way I look at it is o hashit aya eko o skinslot o belado le hala di lato peso e beta nish akot o egi it e beladi le that's in son this case hala next month not is it yahe budget session to e baholjish the that amendment that ito na bekiat jo hot dan sus case in le court ilan ya di on your budget o peso hada hi nito do such na court abaya holni ako leda nan hitishni when we have budget session always 1 week daily jono go daily ko so abata ita akot aga eta honilsa ebna o koro ba konos ndoli o shibe na nishit eto ishin no wejo kon den his den dan his len hada halle beswas an honada ni peso yata noda. So a lot of programs they're still waiting for their funds. So if AD could open his decision at any not sengi, the she been holding to the she ko at obansis case to skills opela di place opes jo in la to ko in hinat any present which anal able hanan in linko. Quero tana si nelo o hot abel kitchen nane na show ya to add the veto line iron veto to conta pe shin hidden inko ako did sus case to da hot on sus case halit ela ashi ni o ado peso to the yes linko konda hot egit out o kodopela di tlesatsun son sus case to the shinan he ein haslan le hot ago ishide be this linko Madam Speaker, so thank you.
Honorable Toth. Adosh tola na badol kita. Agenda. We are on the main motion of our agenda. I don't see any colleagues, so we will put 2 minutes on the board to adopt our agenda today. And colleagues, just for housekeeping, we'll be serving lunch earlier around before 12. And then we'll only be utilizing recess if needed, if there's any outstanding issues that need to be done. So again, colleagues, if you do have amendments or any proposals, The back here in the back room, North Conference Room, have budget forms and also your amendment sheets. And less than 10 seconds left, colleagues. And we do have a vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting. We have adopted our agenda for today, colleagues, and we will keep moving forth. Number 4, old business, none. Number 5, new business. We do have one legislation, 0012-25, and staff, if you could help us read that into the record. And our presenters, if you could make your way down to the floor here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Legislation 0012-25, an act relating to the Budget and Finance Committee, the Navajo Committee, and the Nomination Council approving the nominations comprehensive budget for fiscal year 2025, waiving resolution CJY-66-23, section 3C4, waiving 12 NNC sections 820F, 820I, 840B, and 860. This legislation is final authority with Navajo Nation Council. There are committee reports attached to the legislation. Prime sponsor is Honorable Shandine Parrish. Budget and Finance Committee report dated February 14, 2025. Recommended do pass with 5 amendments. Amendment 1, insert new legislative concern in Exhibit I under executive branch as follows. New language underlined, Division for Children and Family Services, Business Unit number 117XXX. The Division for Children and Family Services shall take all appropriate and necessary actions to address and resolve the ARPA Family Violence Prevention and Services $28 million grant expiring September 30, 2025. By the end of the third quarter, the Division for Children and Families shall present a written and oral report to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Budget and Finance Committee regarding the completion or ongoing status of the efforts to address and resolve the above legislative concern. The report shall include an explanation of all funding shortfalls, laws, regulations, and policies that should be amended, and any other obstacles that prevent resolution of the legislative concern identified above. Office of Management and Budget, Business Unit number 015XXX. The Office of Management and Budget shall comply with 12 NNC Section 830H of the Appropriations Act, which mandates the budget instructions shall be presented to the Budget and Finance Committee no later than 30 days after the Controller releases the annual revenue projection as delineated in 12 NNC Section 830C. In accordance with the Appropriations Act, OMB shall submit the Budget Instructions Manual to the Budget and Finance Committee by April 30, 2025. 2, replace the current Exhibit B for the Legislative Branch with new Exhibit B. Replace the current Exhibit D for the Executive Branch and new Exhibit D. Replace the current Exhibit G, FY 2025 Unmet Needs Summary with new Exhibit G. 3, Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make edits to the above legislative concerns to insert and correct business unit and department office or section of the division receiving the legislative concerns. Amendment 2, 1, insert new legislative concern in Exhibit I under Executive Branch as follows. New language underlined, Office of Ethics and Rules, Business Unit number 101020. By the end of the second quarter of FY 2025, the Office of Ethics and Rules Office shall present a written report and a verbal report if so requested to the Budget and Finance Committee. Said report shall cover the office's findings as to the proposed transfer of the Office of Ethics and Rules to the Judicial Branch or a fourth new branch of the Navajo Nation government, and underline. Amendment 3, in Exhibit G, add new line 13 as follows. Business Unit 101014 through 101823, Program Entity, Navajo Nation Chapters, amount $921,193. Description, replenish summer youth employment program for those under $30,000 threshold. 2, in Exhibit G, add new line 14 as follows. Business Unit 108XXX, Program Entity, Local Governance Act LGA certified chapters, amount of $272,716. Description, LGA certified chapter, staff general wage adjustment, GWA, 2025 increase for personnel and fringe benefits for 45 chapters. This includes cost for step increase. 3, replace the current Exhibit A with new Exhibit A. Replace the updated Exhibit D with new Exhibit D. Replace the updated Exhibit G with new Exhibit G that reflects the Summer Youth Employment Program and LGA certified chapters. 4, page 1, line 15, make the changes as follows. Insert 820O after 820I. 5, page 5, line 14, insert new subparagraph in paragraph L as follows. New language underline. 4, chapter distributions. Nomination Council waives 12 NNC section 820O to allow chapters with fewer than $30,000 for summer youth employment programs to receive fund replenishment. Amendment 4, 1, page 6, line 9, insert new section as follows. New section underline. Section 7, directives. 1, the Office of Management and Budget shall email a report to the Budget and Finance Committee legislative advisor by the end of each month, listing the amount, object code, and business unit for every budget transfer, budget modification, and/or budget revision, and underline. Amendment 5, insert new legislative concerns in Exhibit I as follows. New language underline. Navajo Department of Health, DALTCS, business unit number 113XXX. NDOH Daltex shall provide an assessment of the planning, construction, and operation of long-term assisted living homes to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Budget and Finance Committees. The assessment shall be presented by the end of the third quarter, orally and written, and shall identify opportunities to collaborate with 638 healthcare facilities and Indian Health Services. Division of Community Development Administrative Services Center, Business Unit 101001, 8001. The Division of Community Development Administrative Services Center program shall provide written guidance and workshops at the regional agencies on a quarterly basis, beginning with the third quarter, to address the Budget and Finance Committee unmet needs public hearings report. The training shall include the following areas from the unmet needs public hearing report. 1, decide on data-driven dollar amount for allocation to chapters at onset of the budget. Examples this fiscal year: $200,000 for septic services, solid waste contracts, unmet needs, etc. 2, chapters should establish the top 3 unmet need priorities based on shovel-ready and data-driven needs for the community. 3, consider regionalizing projects based on shovel-ready and data-driven needs of the community. 4, consider funding matching funded projects that require immediate completion based on shovel-ready and data-driven needs of the community. 5, review and carry over chapter funds and why chapters are unable to spend their funds to meet the needs of their community members. 6, review sanctioned chapters and the fund that are withheld. All branches, divisions, departments, and programs. All programs shall provide reports at the end of every quarter, beginning with the third quarter, the number of employees that receive step increases, bonuses, and the number of performance evaluations completed in the prior quarter, as well as how the GWA funding is allocated and how the funding is spent, and if there is any employees that did not compensation increases as a result of the programs being deficient in performance evaluations. Also attached to the committee report is new Exhibit A, B, C, D, G, and I. The Nabakeeatik Committee Report, dated February 24, 2025, has it under consideration and reports the same that the legislation was passed and referred to the Nomination Council with 7 amendments. Amendment 1 in Exhibit G, add new lines as follows. Underline new language, business unit number 115013, Department of Water Resources, in the amount of $3,549,088. Funds will be expended on supplies, materials, fuel, vehicles, and rental mileage to perform daily repair and maintenance. 2, the Office of Management and Budget shall prepare a revised Exhibit G in accordance with this amendment. 3, the Department of Water Resources shall prepare budget forms consistent with this amendment. Amendment 2, make the amendment to the executive branch funding as follows. From Business Unit 103001 OPVP, from programs, object code 7110 in the amount of $30,000. From media, object code 7410 in the amount of $30,000 to Business Unit 111014 and EPA Criminal Enforcement. To Personnel, Object Code 2110 in the amount of $23,553. To Fringe Benefits, Object Code 2900 in the amount of $8,863. To Travel, Object Code 3000 in the amount of $10,285. To Supplies, Object Code 4000 in the amount of $13,024. To Special Transactions, Object Code 2500 in the amount of $4,275, total amount of $60,000. The programs identified in this amendment are directed to make changes to budget forms consistent with this amendment. Amendment 3, insert new legislative concern under the executive branch in Exhibit I as follows. New language underlined. Navajo Environmental Protection Agency, Business Units 111011 001 and 111014. The Navajo Environmental Protection Agency programs, Business Units 111001 and 111014, along with other Navajo Environmental Agency programs as required to fulfill this legislative concern by the end of the third quarter of 2025, shall provide an oral and written report on how to mitigate the immediate impact of climate change of illegal dumping on the Navajo Nation. The report shall include information on the amount of waste that ends up being illegally dumped and provide education on how to implement robust waste collection and disposal systems that reduce illegal dump sites. The number of campaigns introduced to educate communities with the environmental consequences of illegal dumping and encouraging responsible waste disposal. A proposal of stricter enforcement of anti-illegal dumping laws and penalties for violators, recycling and composting programs to reduce the amount of organic material going to the landfills. By the end of the third quarter of 2025, the NEPA shall present both a written and oral report to the Resources and Development Committee regarding the completion for ongoing status of the efforts to address and resolve the above legislative concern. And underline Amendment 4. 1, make the amendments to the executive branch funding as follows. From Business Unit number 103007, Executive Protection Services, from all object codes in the amount of $739,015. To Business Unit number 116002, NPD, Chinle District, in the amount of $123,169. To Business Unit number 116003, NPD, Crown Point District, $123,169. To Business Unit 116005, NPD, Kayenta District, $123,169. To Business Unit 116006, NPD, Shiprock District, $123,169. To Business Unit 116007, NPD, Tuba City District, $123,169. To Business Unit 116009, NPD, Delcon District, in the amount of $123,170, for a total of $739,015. This amendment will remove all funding from the Executive Protection Program, Business Unit 103007. The programs identified in this amendment are directed to make changes to their budget forms consistent with this amendment. Amendment 5, in Exhibit G, add a new line as follows. New language underlined. Business Unit 109008, ONNSFA, $2 million. Funds will be used for scholarships. 2, the Office of Management and Budget shall prepare a revised Exhibit G in accordance with this amendment and the budget forms provided. 3, insert new legislative concern under the executive branch in Exhibit I as follows. New language underlined. Division of Diné Education, Office of Navajo Scholarship and Financial Assistance, Business Unit 109008, the Office of Navajo Scholarship and Financial Assistance, ONSFA, shall provide a written and oral report to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee by the end of the third quarter of FY 2025. The ONSFA shall update and revise the ONSFA Plan of Operation and revise scholarship policies, processes, and procedures that are necessary to provide efficient and effective services for scholarship applicants and recipients. And in new language, Amendment 6. 1, insert new legislative concern under all branches in Exhibit I as follows. Under all branches, divisions, departments, and programs, new language underlined. In 2 years, the Navajo Nation will experience a budget decrease in all programs division shall provide a written report to identify unnecessary expenses, review contracts for potential cost savings, brainstorm cost-cutting strategies with their program division team, communicate expectations clearly to employees, and potentially reevaluate the most impactful activities to ensure they are allocating resources effectively. All branches, divisions, and departments shall present a written report by the end of the third quarter of FY 2025, and if requested, an oral report to the Budget and Finance Committee regarding the completion or ongoing status of the efforts to address and resolve the above legislative concern. The reports should include an explanation of all funding shortfalls, laws, regulations, and/or policies that should be amended, other obstacles that exist preventing resolution of the legislative concern, and underline Amendment 7, 1, page 1, line 15, after waiving, insert 2 NNC section 164A, and 2, page 1, line 15, after 840B, insert 850. 3, page 5, line 15, insert new paragraph as follows, new language underline 4, 2 NNC section 164A and 12 NNC section 850 as necessary to allow the Office of the Controller and the Office of Management and Budget, after consultation with appropriate offices and entities, to issue instructions to guide implementation of the FY 2025 comprehensive budget, including personnel without oversight committee approval for necessary reallocations. And underline 4, rescind Amendment 1 made at the Nabakeetit Committee funding the Department of Water Resources from the UUFB as follows. Overstrike Business Unit number 115013, Department of Water Resources, $3,549,088. $49,088. Funds will be expended on supplies, materials, fuel vehicles, and rental mileage to perform daily repair and maintenance. And overstrike 5, make the amendments to the executive branch funding as follows: from Business Unit 103001 OPVP to personnel, from personnel 2110 in the amount of $273,140. From fringe benefits, object code 2900, $123,814. From insurance premiums, object code 7710 in the amount of $3,218. From fleet, object code 3110 through 3111 in the amount of $93,492. From mileage, object code 3110 to 3113 in the amount of $85,478. From personal travel, object code 3230 in the amount of $70,858, total amount of $650,000. To Business Unit 115013, Department of Water Resources, to travel expenses, object code 3000 in the amount of $99,950. To supplies, object code 4000, $203,437. To communications and utilities, object code 550, $7,400. To repairs and maintenance, object code 6,000, $150,000. To contractual services, object code 6,500, $1,600. To capital outlay, object code 9,000, $187,613, total $650,000. 6, programs identified in this amendment are directed to make changes to their budget forms consistent with this amendment. 7, in Exhibit G, add new lines as follows. New language underline Business Unit 116017, Emergency Medical Services, $7,351,671. Description: the funding will be used for capital outlay expenses, including specialized vehicles, defibrillators, and auto pulses. And underline 8, the Office of Management and Budget shall prepare a revised Exhibit G in accordance with this amendment. 9, insert legislative concern to Exhibit I. Legislative concerns as follows. New language underline Division of General Services Administration, Business Unit 112001. The Division of General Services, DGS Executive Director, shall present the final structural assessment report for the Washington House, Washington, D.C. to the 25th Navajo Nation Council by the end of the FY 2025 third quarter. The report shall also identify the approvals necessary for DGS to sell the Washington House, and underline renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the nomination council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other amendments, which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Per nomination council rules of order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for reading the legislation into the record. And colleagues, before I recognize the motion, I want to recognize in the gallery on the north side, Mr. Brian Lee from Senator Lujan's office. Thank you for being here. And also extend our gratitude on behalf of the council for Senator for introducing the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project Amendments Act of 2025, which I believe was announced this morning. So thank you, along with Senator Heinrich. So thank you. And colleagues, at this time, we'll ask for a motion on the legislation. Motion by Delegate Simpson, second by Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. And colleagues, first in queue, it looks like there will be questions, and I will prefer back to the sponsor for the 20-minute presentation. Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and good morning to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. It's good to be here in the council chambers to discuss the FY 2025 comprehensive budget today. I know we've had extensive discussions on legislation 1225, but let's, if you would turn your attention to the legislation, we'll go over a brief summary of the legislation one more time. I know Ms. Jalissa Johnson just read all the amendments into the record. That's probably almost 10 minutes of her reading that into the record, and there was plenty of work done by the Nabik Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, and of course your oversight committees to produce the legislation as it is today. So in legislation 1225, we do have the section 1 with authorities. In section 2 of the legislation, sorry, I just had my, here it is. Section 2 is the reconciling of resolution CS 3924, which is the continuing resolution. This legislation will account for the continuing resolution that was passed by the council to ensure that government services continued for a 6-month period. Just to refresh your memory that the continuing resolution has an expiration date of March 31st, 2025. So I really commend my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council for your leadership in producing a comprehensive budget legislation. It isn't without your oversight committees, your discussion, the work, the many hours that you put into making recommendations for this budget that we would not have a budget today. So we'll move into section 3, approving the comprehensive budget. That is the authority that the council is going to outline through the subsections in the statutory set-asides. You can see on page 2. In page 3, you'll see the overall operating budget. So item B is the overall dollars, the sums of everything. Item C, D, and E is a breakout of the various branches. Under the section C, D, and E, are the in section 3, item number 1, those are the planning base amounts. So that isn't to be confused with the overall total dollar amounts that the operating budgets consist of, but that's broken out by funding type. Item F is the fixed cost that was approved through the budget instruction manual on how those dollars would be distributed. Items G and H, item G acknowledges the personal lapse savings account, and that is explained in a memorandum from the controller on February 5th, 2025. That is a part of the legislation. Unmet needs is Exhibit G. Those unmet needs have been adjusted, so if the Office of Legislative Services can ensure that the Exhibit G is updated for the Navajo Nation Council, I'd appreciate that. We also have conditions of appropriation in Exhibit H. Legislative concerns are also in the legislation under Exhibit I. We also have waivers, a part of this legislation, and other requirements of acknowledgements throughout the legislation. Section 5 is effective date. Section 6 is our savings clause. So that is an outline of the Navajo Nation budget as is. We do have amendments from the Nabik Committee that have adjusted the totals, and also some amendments from the Budget and Finance Committee that have also made impacts to the total amounts. And we do have our Office of Management and Budget in the North Conference Room. If you would like to work with them, they are available today. Before I continue to talk about the legislation and the work that we've put forth in the legislation, I want to acknowledge my two agents. Today I have Mr. Sean McCabe, who is the Controller of the Navajo Nation, and also Mr. Dominic Bial, who is the Director for the Office of Management and Budget. And I've worked closely with the both of them, but there's many people who have contributed to creating the budget this year. I'd also like to thank the Office of Legislative Counsel, Ms. Kristen Lowell, for her work with the committee, and many of you on your amendments to the budget this year. And I'd also like to thank our budget officers in the Office of Management and Budget. I'd like to thank Ms. Elva Tom, Ms. Eileen Nez, Ms. Nanette Francisco, Ms. Darlene Sam, Tanya Sosi, and everyone who have contributed to our discussions this year. I'd also like to thank Mr. Cordell Shorty and Mr. Jermaine Jones for also being on the line for the questions that they answered last week. I'd also like to, in the Office of Management and Budget, I'd like to also thank the Management and Policy section. They keep track of the plans of operations and how the programs are performing throughout the year to accomplish their goals. So they take a look at each and every one of the plans of operations and give recommendations to the council for legislative concerns, so we can continue to produce to update our policies and regulations throughout the Navajo Nation. So I appreciate the Office of Management Budget. Thank you to Office of the Controller, Mr. Rob Willie, also Mr. McCabe, for your discussions and assistance in the budget this year. And thank you to the oversight committees, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, the Resource and Development Committee, the Law and Order Committee, the Nabik Committee, and the Budget and Finance Committee. All of your discussions have been heard through the resolutions and have been a part of this legislation. And I'd like to thank the Budget and Finance Committee for prioritizing public comments to be a part of this year's comprehensive budget. I know I stated on Monday that this was the first time that the public comments were considered to be a part of the practice, and I'd like to give a shout out to Chairwoman Amber Knesba-Crotty for ensuring that that would be a part of our schedule, despite the various types of schedules that were drafted throughout the year. Nevertheless, we put our people first, and we're going to continue that discussion today as we consider Legislation 1225. So members of the committee, members of the Navajo Nation Council, thank you for your time and this time to review the Navajo Nation Comprehensive Budget for the fiscal year 2025. Just remember, we will be starting this process in about 4 more weeks once more. So this is not the only comprehensive budget legislation that we will be considering in 2025. There will be a new budget we'll be considering in a few more weeks. So again, I just want to recognize that and thank you all for your hard work, the time you have to spend away from your communities to be here in order to advocate for the needs of our people. Thank you all. Thank you, Speaker. That concludes my my presentation on the legislation. Oh, I just want to acknowledge one last thing, that Mr. Bial sent out a memorandum that's in front of you all about the small errors that he found in the titles of the business units. So he just wanted to send that out to the council to let you all know the small edits that need to be made. But on Monday we passed a amendment that allowed the Office of Management and Budget, the Office of the Controller, to fix those edits without without interrupting the legislative process. So thank you all, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair Parrish and colleagues. We do have Mr. Bayal and also the controller here, joined by Chair Parrish, and we do have a motion and a second in place. So I will open up the queue for any questions, amendments. First, we do have Vice Chair Simonson. Point of privilege raised by Chair James.
Thank you, Speaker. With that, I make this Rule 16 point of privilege. Speaker, if you and your staff can invite President and Vice President over, or find out when they are available to come over to sit down with us. This is a very important comprehensive budget as a nation, and I'd like to hear his remarks with the amendments that are being made to his budget. But he needs to be here if he's going to advocate for his staff and his branch. And then that will also go for traditional branch, Chief Justice Jane. This is very imperative that we all come together to get this comprehensive budget taken care of. So that's my point of privilege, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair James. That is a very important point to make, colleagues, and we will again, they did get calendar invites of these meetings. However, we will reach out again as a courtesy notice that budget session is in session today, and they do have seats here within a gallery and also within a chamber for any key staff or directors as needed as well. So colleagues, going first for question of privilege by Chair Crotty.
Question of privilege. Shiaje, I will need, if staff can help look at the legislations, I need to know the listing of executive acting directors. So I'll need to know who's confirmed and who is still in the acting position. I'm going to try to create a legislative concern here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty, and we'll get that to you as immediately as we can here. So staff, and also again, colleagues, staff are also in the North Conference room for any amendments that do need to take place, but we will get that listing to you, Chair Crotty. And colleagues, going first to Vice Chair Simonson.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and I will make a motion to rescind Amendment 4 as it is out of order. It defunds the program and does not protect Navajo Nation employees. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:46. And staff, do you have that amendment? And colleagues, thank you for your patience. We're having a lag here in emails. And thank you, colleagues. We will update that here on the board. And staff, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 1. This amendment rescinds Amendment 4 approved by the Navajo Nation Council on February 25, 2025. Correction, that's the Nabakeetic Committee on February 24, 2025. Amendment 4 is hereby rescinded in its entirety as follows. Overstrike Amendment 4 to legislation 0012-25. 1, make the amendment to the executive branch funding as follows. From business unit 103007, from all object codes in the amount of $739,015 for the 2 business unit 116002 NPD, Chinle District $123,169, business unit 116003 NPD, Crown Point District $123,169, business unit 116006 NPD, Shiprock District $123,169, business unit 116007 NPD, Tuba City District $123,169, business unit 116008 NPD, Winter Rock District $123,169, business unit 116009 NPD, Delcon District $123,169. For this amendment, we'll remove all funding from the Executive Protection Program Business Unit 103007. The programs identified in this amendment are directed to make changes to their budget forms consistent with this amendment. 2, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this amendment, to this action and its exhibits to implement the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent wording in any other amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. And colleagues, do we have a second? Second by Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. And we will update the queue here. Colleagues, any discussion on amendment number? And amendment number 1 on this main motion at council level. First in queue, we do have Chair Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Shadeja Speaker Curley, and then Chiaja Delegate Simonson for the amendment. Speaker, we had requested in a meeting yesterday with Acting Division Director Rosita Toddy for a memo on the impact of Amendment 4. That was, it's been quite a few hours, so I believe that should have been provided to the council. There was another question that I asked in terms of when, looking through a historical budget. So I want to ask OMB, at what point were there police officer positions that were budgeted under the Office of the President and Vice President? And my third question regarding this resolution is, what would be the recommendation? Because it's my understanding that now, knowing that there's police officers that are budget under the Office of the President and Vice President, what would be the process to have those police officers be deployed? Because we're using general funds. It's my understanding that the 638 contract wouldn't cover the cost to provide executive protection. And we would, in looking at the plan of operation, the committee, Nabakeetic Committee, did remove some of the requirements. And so I think right now what I would just want to know is, then what is the next step to remedy the issue that was raised with the amendment, and how we can move forward to make sure we're providing the needs of the president and their safety and security, but also comparing that with the needs and protection of the community when they need police officers who can provide safety. So I'd like to bring that up as we consider Amendment 1. Thank you. I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:33. And thank you, Chair Crotty, for that request during back Monday's Nabikia Committee meeting for those requests from the Department of Human Resources. And as of today, we have not received any type of memorandum from the department. But we will again request that information, and also to Office of Management and Budget. I will give that time over once Vice Chair Simonson does get back the floor, and we'll go over to Mr. Brial as well. And going next in queue, we do have Chair Regina Charles Newton.
Speaker, I accidentally pushed the right to speak, and I was trying to turn it back off, but it won't turn off. So I hope that doesn't take time away. I didn't have any questions, I just accidentally pushed it.
Okay. And going Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. Yesterday, I learned that the Executive Protection Services, who I guess are peace officers, but it's not like they're necessarily Navajo Nation Police Department officers, they're in a separate program, that they handle executive protection for dignitaries. And I guess, I don't know, we have Mr. Beecher here. I don't know if Mr. Sandoval or someone else could illuminate this, but when Tim Waltz came, there was an incident where, there were people who were silently protesting for Palestinian rights, Palestinian people, and they had flags and sash belts and things to that effect. And they were targeted and attacked and basically beat up all right under Patrick's nose. So I want to know, are these the people who organized and oversaw that executive protection? Because I was going to support Delegate Simonson and letting these people keep their job, but if that's how we do executive protection, I literally just remembered this right now. It's like dignitary services. I'm not going to vote for them. I do think it's ridiculous to have 6 officers, but I also didn't want to see 6 people lose their jobs at the drop of a hat without any foresight or forethought. So I don't know. I'm really on the fence on this one, but I mean, when you saw the photos and the video, it's just, and then you had Navajo staff and police who were obscuring the arrests that were taking place, and then people were detained without being arrested longer than, after they asked if they had been arrested. So I'll reserve my time. I don't know if the sponsor of the amendment or Delegate Parrish, if you're able to get some sort of response from that, because it was not external police, it was not Secret Service, it was our own people doing it to our own people. And that was incredibly offensive to me when, they were silently protesting. It's not like they were throwing crap at the vice president. They were there asserting the rights and dignity of people on this earth that we should have solidarity with. So I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:03. And again, we'll reach out to the Office of the President, Vice President again on any questions pertaining to their budget. And colleagues, I'm going to go next to Honorable Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do hodosnan taina si thanigi. Adoni nashigi kya na do. Ado dan hinnas kodo ne pesaba intinigi. When this amendment came up at Nabikia Committee, I had a number of questions, numerous questions, mainly on annual funding agreement, also the scope of work, and then also what was brought up a while ago, the plan of operation. If this is still going forward, what happens to that plan of operation? Who does the protection for the president? Although they always had some sort of a protection. basti to ahozinda ben nature yadi kodo and ende strago na ho bet ol nechat nenigikat ita oya bahasti lo the general funds position, displacing these individual ado on kahajo bao, rather than they probably have kids going to school here locally. Don lego ad non-station, but no. Na bigiyat comedianta e o jaba I ande ado stamban sananas case o yo shilna kinle e kwage bahadisti. I'll reserve my time.
256. Next, we do have Chair James.
Can I have speakers, other members of the council, audience? Speaker, earlier I made a point of privilege requesting for President, Vice President, Chief Justice Jane to come over because this is budget. And for right now, I'm going to oppose this amendment due to the fact that our president doesn't care about his staff. If he did, he would be here protecting these dollar amounts for the position. Not the chief of staff, the president, vice president, them too. This falls under their department. This falls under them. Not supervisor, Jalingo, Juanda initial, because your staff, because your employees make you look good. And that's what he should be over here for, advocating for these positions. And if he's not going to advocate, then what's the use of us trying to fix the problem here for him? As being the president of the Navajo Nation, he needs to get over here and be with us. He's a leader. We're all one leader for our Navajo people. Vice President, they need to be here. These are their positions. This is under their supervision. Get them over here. Have them over here. Unless we have to put in a subpoena for them to come over here. That's how important this position is to me. But if he's not going to back up the positions and not be here and being supportive of it, of why he needs these positions, then there's no reason for us to try to fix the problem and make him look pretty at this point. So again, with time getting away from me, kindly requesting President Boo Nygren come over to the council chambers. Vice President, come over to the council chambers. Chief Justice Jane, come over to the council chambers. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:22. And I'll turn the floor back over to Vice Chair Simonson.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'd like to respond to my Che here. Che, sounds like you're doing a performance review. Legislative concern or you Italia. The ne di auto da inista di auto Italia da di auto no. Oh, hayuina hasht age. Edo ata that nil Jai do hajo da inista no. Oko e ata that nil Esto that budget na ho da dol nil. Oh, hot abansas case. Hot asad nan adolil.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simonson. And going next for questions, we have Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of 25th Council, staff, guests. Thank you. Members of the 25th Council, I do support the amendment. Let's go back to the amendment that was approved by the Navigatia this past Monday. And if you look at how the amendment was approved, taking from the business unit 103007 going into certain business units to the 5 districts, no, the 6th district within law enforcement, and equally distribute to each district, to the 6th district and all that. It goes back to, it says for each district $123,169, but it doesn't specify how the money is going to be used. It doesn't specify it's for personnel. So we didn't even get budget forms, even though it's directed to make changes. If this is going to go forward, we need budget forms and how this money will be utilized. Now, we were talking about personnel. What type of personnel are we talking about? Administrative personnel, or are we talking about law enforcement personnel? Now, if it's going to go to law enforcement personnel, you know, we got 200 plus position that's vacant, that's federally funded. Now, I'm not sure how we're going to go about using this money, and again, how it's going to be utilized. It doesn't state that. And again, the ETA did direct the Navajo Nation Police or the Public Safety Division to come up with a budget form. We haven't seen that. So again, with no budget form, how this money will be utilized by each district, not giving us enough information. So I'm going to go ahead and support this amendment by Honorable Delegate Simonson. So we don't have enough information. For me, I don't have enough information to support what was approved by the ETA. Again, going back to no budget forms. And use general funds if it's going to be used for law enforcement personnel, use general funds. What are we telling the federal government? Go ahead and take this much off our budget that we received from the federal government, 638 for law enforcement. Go ahead and take $739,015 off what we get allocated, because we'll fund these 6 personnel with general funds. We can't convey that information to the federal government. You know they're listening right now. So with that, you know, why should we use general funds to fund police officers within Navajo Nation while we have federal funds and we have over 200 vacant positions? So that's why I want to support Honorable Delegate Simonson's amendment to rescind this amendment that was approved by the ETA. So I reserve my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of members of the 25th Council. Yeah.
Reserve time of 1:48. Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I'd just like to say good morning to my colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for being here, and all those that are here in attendance in the gallery and those that are online. Yeah. I just want to, I just got a confirmation there is 216 police officer vacancies as of today. So, you know, we do not need 6 more coming over. Those are 2 different type of funding. So as of today, we have no judges confirmed as of today. You know, just like my brother said, this is federal funding and there's general funds here. So I'm going to support rescinding this amendment. We need to stabilize our government, colleagues. You know, and we are not Doge, Navajo Nation Doge. So let's go ahead and continue to support our leadership in the best interest of the people. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:56. And then go back to the motioning party. Vice Chair Simonson.
Oh, ik heb nana Speaker Curley. Do ik heb shenanda kodon jono e ba ya dat don da idol kitten le o. Ani Aquata Joe Quata amendment de Eliago Shenanda Quaban Soke Stobanal Nishi Trais Kande Dan Hot in Qua amendment Eliago in hit out need D the beso EPS do hato nil do en lede Chinley District, Crown Point District, Shiprock District, Tuba City District, Window Rock, Delcon, Ade, ya Tsalao, Ade, Halon dolil, Asha gohat o, ni hitrado, ni hastradolil. Ha, she, betanet lead. Ado, ani, lede shilhaz ade. It's allow insen that it need cha de do quat edala alla bahna istel kitla that dish ani lech in lead qua salala qua sha adult ish the such adult nish the ash ani de intaka yo cheated do anida. Oko kodo Mr. Johnson Yahadzi Delegate Johnson. Oko kone la ita nelede na nish adat Oko ha in yade ashago ya na nish adat do yin yeni sosada hadesh it's lao in the dot kelo. Oko Nlede nle kwade kwan hili handa eja nlede chidel so yunaze Head Start bus. Ada dishtins kangoda kwado bitija don lede recruit da il on. It's a police yes nelo. Dola dota. Na kidnez na din lede de il nish dolil. Akoho a heat akoho di do ani o hat beso chito ilta she ya kodo tsala del nishje ajabania dila hait ala ban so kesla bedisho o beson he ni shoshi o njone la nde do tsala en do lelta tsala ha ishi yenal nishiki shi en do lel chitata adat ada aha ishin chiyol enigi ajgoshin ajgoshin chito il ndet salao asati ana belache at dishn leje lata inish EPS in hitnesh aida delnish a kon sayakon hatna na hund kwa a has dono hotel kon Aj the net delni shape with ya Sanago, the nego, a hundred seke. That dish koje EPS or Yahish Banashnish Bedition, and that Shalila. Lede it's allow need law angel Nahashij Dochohon ego, ya nanish. You bought zili odia, Kodoshi, Mr. Tolton Spelzen, Lede patrol yilna, Lede the ne betrajaga. The ne beltata hijiga, the ne da belton, belhinda stilie, it's a higi, but betty huisani. So the quishina hay, the shananish ego. And there could you alia, and there on your up and nast dide, to allow at liniki, up and nast ele, ajego, lanani zino. Benina kojak ishla, Benina kojak at ishnish. The net the ilnish got a kohoti the quagi amendment a labe a sochin or ahot a dot no the ne nanish branolia. A conle the shahane, salado do yedison that's allowed do yinizin that shit that no. The ohot eda has joba hot ne. Has jo anit Kut ego. All that's it, na he'll not even code o bright niche. A kut ego, say I'll do a job a happy. Oko ohata speaker wensago pahanana sito.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And going back to in queue, we have Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Hakoshi hiha shade speaker aro kodo shimato kodo amendment be in lagi aro kodo o na dish kitten so kodo the increase of protection. So I understand there are 6 additional, whether it's additional or not, and I know this is about the jobs then hidne adin dat initial ako din na choliago they won't be able to be employed. But if I stand corrected, the Office of the President and Vice President has over 40 vacancies. And of those 40 vacancies, I don't know, well, not vacancies, but the employees have left the administration. And I don't know how many, if I know Chief of Staff is here, how many employees have you let go? Because this is also in addition to the positions that we're mentioning here to be able to save. Because I know that there have, been a lot of personnel who have left the administration, and I'm just curious if those are either from the administration themselves to be able to be let go, and what those numbers are as well. The next thing is that, the President's office has 22 staff assistants currently, executive staff assistants at 20, and then 2 staff assistants. And 6 of those make over $100,000. And when we and they had an additional request for more executive staff assistants. And Monday, I was unable to be here until the afternoon due to our HES meeting, but I understand that a lot of the unclassified positions were taken, which was part of one of my earliest amendments, which I was unable to do because they were already stricken. So I'm just trying to get a better understanding on some of the priorities from the administration. This is budget season, and I think that's warrants the president and all chiefs to be able to defend those budgets. And so that's where I stand with some of my questions. I understand the intent of it, and if there are some considerations, because at the end of the day, it is about protecting an individual, a human, a dene, a 5-fingered being. So if it's not 6, perhaps removing 4, because even 6 is quite a few. And when you see the administration going from event to event, there's about 20 of them. And I think that's where the prioritization from the administration needs some clarity, needs some restructuring if need be. So I wanted to make those comments and ask those questions, Speaker. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:58. And next we do have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't support this amendment. And this council voted to change the plan of operations for the protective services. It's under NABIMY-16-23. So I just spoke to OMB and I asked them, with this amendment that was made, is it taking money from employees and putting it into something else? And the answer is no. It's going from personnel to personnel. So this notion of we're getting rid of employees, that's untrue. Because what this amendment did, and the way that OMB understands the amendment, is we're taking from protective services employees and we're putting them out into the field. So it goes personnel to personnel. So I don't understand how this thought of we're getting rid of employees came to mind. It just takes having to go, to ask OMB how, with these amendments, how they're going through. And then I was looking at the legislation that changed the way that the plan of operations work for protective services. And there, if you look at Exhibit C, it does state that the purpose and objective of the Navajo Executive Protection Service Program is to ensure the health, welfare, and safety of the President and Vice President of the Navajo Nation, their immediate family members, and visiting dignitaries. This objective is subject to the availability of funds. So we are well within our rights and laws that this council approved. So to come back and say that one person deserves 6 police officers, for me, my community needs police officers. My people need police officers. The communities, communities that are rural, they need police officers. As of November of 2024, we had 218 Navajo police officers. That is per Division of Public Safety. If you were to take the 2.8 that was needed per the 1,000 population, we would need 560 officers. So yes, I do agree that, police officers, we're lacking them. But I don't agree with one elected official having 6 police officers. We all are elected officials. We all don't have law enforcement or security protection. In fact, this chambers sometimes goes without security protection, and there's 24 elected officials that are in this community or that represent communities across the Navajo Nation. So to me, it doesn't make sense to support this amendment. To me, it makes sense to put the police officers back into the community. And all it's doing is it's transferring personnel to personnel. And if you don't believe me, go talk to OMB, and if we're open to amendments to address that so that we ensure that police officers are put back into the community. But the bottom line is we need police officers in the community. Now, if he wants to put money aside to hire security, then he can do that. But law enforcement is completely different. Law enforcement requires a post-certification, which means that they are required to have certification approved through the state, and in some cases through the Navajo Nation, and in some cases through the Bureau of Indian Affairs. That is a lot of certifications, and 6 police officers to protect one individual. And I question, I do agree that we do need protection for dignitaries, but my understanding is when dignitaries come here to the Navajo Nation, additional officers are called in for protection. So it's not only the 6 police officers that are required to guard one person that is equivalent to all of us sitting here in this chambers. All of us attend events, all of us are out there in the community, and we don't have 6 police officers protecting us. So to me, I don't support this amendment, and I believe that what my NULA delegate Vince James stated on the record is true. If Boo wants to protect his officers and say this is necessary, he needs to be here.
Thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton. And going next to Honorable Tolf. Point of privilege raised by Chair Karate.
Yes, thank you, Shadeja. I did ask questions regarding this amendment. My questions were directed to OMB. So I did receive the memo from Acting Division Director, Ms. Toddy. I appreciate that. But I would then need clarification from OMB, because according to this memo, and it wasn't identified as classified, there's a section in the memo that states when the Executive Protective Services, when it was reclassified to police officer. And so that's really where I want to get some clarification on, because when you reclassify, you have to make sure you have the funding. And so that's why I'm trying to make sure, and I asked yesterday, are these police officers, are they still able to deposit, so I know I'm on a point of order, but I need that question to be answered, because this may need more discussion, and it could be an opportunity, because we're talking about positions, we also will need some guidance that we're, not targeting or not speaking about specific individuals, because my question is more to how they became labeled as police officers according to the budget. So that's what I need to know from OMB. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. Mr. Brial, I know he was just here earlier. I don't know if he's, Kodeshiash, if you could come back over to the presenters table. Mr. Brial, if you could address all the questions that were raised by Chair Crotty, and then colleagues, we will proceed with who's in queue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members of the Navajo Nation Council, and representatives from the executive branch, and everyone else who's in attendance today. The primary question, as I understand it, raised by Delegate Crotty, is the status of the executive protection or executive security personnel. And has it changed? And if so, when did it change? And so forth. And I have to be honest by saying that OMB ourselves, we don't know. That would be answered more accurately by the Department of Personnel Management, who deals with the personnel positions. So we can find out, obviously, but it might take a little bit of time. And that's all I can say about that matter at the moment. Thank you.
And in the gallery, if there is a representative from Department of Personnel. Chair Crotty, I know you did raise that point of privilege. I know we did decide to address the questions that you had, but we don't have Department of Personnel here. So it's okay if we move forward, then we will reach out to the office again to be here in person. Thank you, Mr. Brial. And going next to Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do Navigating Committee. Do I present that legi? Kodo halit do hota hot ida ni anhit. Nejo hilya de haj nalo ispanatni hozo to les ne yat e yi kato nana quite. So talking about security, if I can question the DOJ and legal counsel, our chief legal counsel, back in some years ago, the 638 police officer used to be assigned to the president to do security. That was a big issue. So the federal government said you can't do that. So it has to be under general fund. So that's where the question is. There's nothing wrong with this 638. There is a position in these district can be, all you have to do is transfer. Then you have general fund position, you're going to have another vacancy. So the question I have is what we're talking about is 638 contract police officer cannot do protection for the president. Eben na general fund elia, general fund position. That was my understanding because my days we were told you can't do that. Ako that is still stand. So there should be a history on what happened. I would say about 10 years ago, that council yasa slid up haleta 638 president is no. So the ruling was made that general fund joto lingis. That's why these officers a general fund to be baho out salad. So it doesn't what the other question you have is plan operation. The police department has their own plan of operation. As long as the police officer graduated from Navajo Police Academy, the BIA honors that. And then the Navajo Nation is responsible to implement the policy and procedure. So that there's no change in it. So, Madam Speaker, I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:50, Delegate Tolf. And Department of Justice, Mr. Breacher.
Madam Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Mr. Tolf, that's correct. In the 638 contract, there is a carve-out that states that 638 police officers cannot act as bodyguards, and that's still in effect.
Thank you, Mr. Breacher. And going back into Vice Chair Simonson for some of the questions.
Oh, Nane Kaha, Speaker Curley, Ado Kodo, Bahanada Sotsi Okoho, Kot Ego, Kodo Eya, Koje, Law and Order Chair in AAD Den Dal Nishi, Nlejo Beta Diolni, AAO Ado Boholne, O Ajo Beta Diolni, Oko Shane Seno 18 Dal Nishi, Beta Holni. Ako kodo niche leden al nistoti nigo don hin haslada. Ako digi dene baha hasenot. Ako de hot abahasi.
Point of order raised by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I call this point of order based on the comment or the statement that was made here by Delegate Simonson. I don't recall ever saying that on the record. The amendment was to transfer law enforcement back into the community. At this point, there is only one police sergeant who is employed, so I didn't say that. Speaker, for a delegate to put words into another delegate's mouth it's wrong. And I call this point of order because—
Chair Eugenia Charles Newton for stating that. Colleagues, if we could have that respect for one another and make this a healthy debate. Colleagues, I just keeping that reminder here and just only addressing two questions. So thank you again, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, and let's move forward, colleagues. And we do have, just if there is any other particular specific questions, we do have our police chief that is here, Mr. Silversmith in the back as well, and also the chief of staff that is also here. So if there's any direct questions. So thank you. And Vice Chair Simonson, you may proceed.
Naka halna sa tada za ayat jo transfer jidini lego bana alni ho hot olya. Toda za hot da. halna ida za la honsata. Ako hot na nish at ako atana hot benkil na hazne. Ako na nish at do hilt eda. Ako hot the question is la el kid hot but they need eda. Ako hajo bik at the deshtil hajo shalpe hot dozin son. Ashe Ajanitis Kiddo, Hot Albert Hasayanle, Department at DPM Human Resource, Aro Kado Police Chief, Ndahaz Tanigi, Okoho, the Neba Hanits and Oyat Hashin, so go in lead, police, Salon, long, lead, Haliago, Narago, O you Yanasa, De Koje, Na Anishiga, Don lead ego. Do hot edala hajo kwaje desh nishno kwaje na nishiania akog ade kwajo nat be ilni nle ado bohini ilne ako edigi basis tki jo hot bayash tkinle ako nish tadilni tanosno DEPS da initiative don hil lago cha legislation Nle na din tra I khahata sa hadil khienj anit o you pa ta so ni don yat ho ta inish ta no so da pa na hon ti shi to le nte dik at kwa budget hita sa ani di has tran da zit kwa kit ya tropen don nish de ya ko aro di ani do hata ta di no shi din le at Beso nanat zodolel na din has time hahibi yidige shin hajo ist adolni ni di EPSigi basahoni longo shin di koja LOC do haspedet idolel hala sala aro koja the ne niligi don dal nishigi da chata no pinto kwa legislation NATO cons Ako she le nasty given ye, or what ilna ho built Ako de yakwa at bahanadesti.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simonson and colleagues. We do have Ms. Toddy that is here with us. So if you could come down to the presenters table here. And there was a point of privilege that was raised by Chair Crotty. Kodoshima, Ms. Toddy.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Can you please repeat the question? I wasn't here when it was asked. Thank you.
We do have Chair Crotty here. So Chair Crotty, I'm going to allow you to restate the answers that you do need from DPM.
Okay, appreciate. Shamaya, we just received your memo, but prior to that, I was asking for an update on your memo from the questions yesterday. So according to the memo, you provided when the change happened, and it looks like, according to this memo, it happened May 4th of 2024. So with that reclassification, my second question was there salary or was there funding, excuse me, identified for this assessment? Because when I look at the budget, their hourly rate is $65 an hour. And so I just needed to know, with that reassessment, how did that work with their budget? And so I just need to understand how that's all working out to cover these positions. The other question that I wanted to ask was from yesterday's meeting, we talked about how the officers were transitioned into the office of the president and vice president, and I did ask for guidance in terms of how they would be transitioned out. So I don't think in your memo, I'm not agreeing that it's a layoff, because they weren't laid off when they transferred in. So I need guidance in terms of the process for when law enforcement is assigned to the office of the president and vice president, and then there's a reassignment back to PD. Like, how did they come in? And that should be the same process to be able to transfer out and go back, or to go, I'm saying go back to police department. I understand the 638 didn't follow them. This is under general funds. So I'm just trying to understand how this happened. Because of the budget that we're looking at, there's an increase in this budget this year. It looks like you're adding an additional person, which is fine, but and I spoke about this yesterday, when I saw that they were labeled as police officers, I just feel like we're talking about apples and oranges if they're not certified at a certain level that police officers need to be certified in. And I have found so I just need to make sure that I'm clear on the position that's being asked to be budgeted, and then the position that the PAF, and that's currently, and they're being compensated for that work. I guess those are my three things that I wanted to ask. Oh, and the transfer in, transfer out. So the four things. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. And Ms. Toddy?
Thank you for the question, Honorable Crotty. In response to your questions and the memo that I produced today, yes, the positions from the onset were classified as police officers, and this occurred through possibly transfers from Division of Public Safety, or if an individual was interested in the police officer classification, they would still need to meet the requirements of the position. So I believe the majority of the transfers were done within or from the Division of Public Safety, Navajo Police Department, to the Office of the President Executive Protection Service Program. So they met the requirements of the positions and were compensated based on the position, the pay grade assigned to the police officers. So when there is a transfer of an individual and they're going from using the same position title and going to another position within another department with the same title, that's what we refer to as a lateral transfer. So the individual takes the title as well as the pay that they were earning within the Navajo Department of Public Safety. So that transition was made for most of the individuals that are now within the Executive Protection Services Program. in the office of the president. And I also mentioned that there was a reclassification, and the reclassification was a result of the changes where they were going to eliminate the required certification for the police officer positions. So that was when the positions were reclassified as an executive protection agent. And that occurred on April 21st, 2023. However, after reconsideration by the Office of the President, they decided to reclassify the positions back to the police officer title, and which would require that these individuals meet the qualification requirements of the police officer classification. So although the reclassifications were done on January 24th, one of the other processes that we follow within the Department of Personnel Management is that when a position is reclassified and the position is occupied, the applicant or the incumbent would need to meet all the requirements of the position. So during that time, we did find that there were some that were not up to date on their certifications. So from January 5th through May 4th, the officers were required to update their certification so that they could occupy the position of police officer, as well as obtain the pay at the grade assigned to the police officer classification. So the other thing that we found was that some of the background checks were not up to date, and they had to go back and have their background checks updated during that period of time. So on May 4th, all of the requirements for the police officer classification were completed, and at that point in time, the personnel action forms were submitted for these individuals. So as far as the transitioning, since these positions are all regular status positions, based on that classification, they would be eligible for layoff if they're not able to transfer. The guidance that I included also in this memo is that if there is a reason to lay off an individual, what we encourage the programs or the employees to do is to start working with the Department of Personnel Management and to identify any vacant positions that they may qualify for. So they do have re-employment preference for a period of 6 months in the event that they're not transferred back to Navajo Police Department. So yes, they were transferred from public safety in most cases, and since they are regular status, they are eligible for a transfer if they wish to be transferred back to Navajo Police Department. I hope this clarifies your question, Delegate Crotty. Thank you.
Thank you for answering that point of privilege. And colleagues, I'm going to go back to in queue for more questions. We do have reserved times. Question of privilege raised by Chair James.
Thank you, Speaker. I raised this point of privilege, I should be saying, to Rule 16. All of the things that are being said is contradicting each other. And the position title. This is where I always say we have poor management skill. We will never get this correct, but my point of privilege is that the budget form has it indicated as title as Executive Protection Service. But if you go into detail on the form, it has police officers and police sergeant. And so the question that came from Honorable Crotty, dated April 7, 2023, there's a class spec that's titled as Executive Protection Agent. And then there's another position title, which was created April 14, 2023, a class spec again, that says Executive Protection Agent Supervisor. But on the budget forms, it indicates police officer and police sergeant. In this case, these titles contradicts what Honorable Toth has indicated, that these are 638 funds, which brings red flag, which brings audit concern. That these position titles are currently still utilized under Executive Protection Service Program. So my question to Ms. Toddy is, out of the current police officers that are currently at OPVP, how many of them have submitted an application for the Executive Protection Agent and the Executive Protection Agent Supervisor? For you to do an assessment if they qualify for these two positions. Because right now, everything is just contradicting the whole budget form when you have these two position titles. So again, I see the difference of a police officer and a police sergeant in the pay on the PCQ that you guys have at DPM. So again, it would be very helpful to have an understanding of where DPM stands, that this is the right order of doing business. Because it's not. The budget form that has been attached to the binder has police officers and police sergeants. The title up here says Executive Protection Agent, Service Program Agent. That's a whole big audit finding. And this is why I believe Honorable Amber Crotty is trying to ask, where is the qualification assessments that have been made for these police officers? So when it comes down to it, it's very concerning that these police officers are being misinformed that are currently working at OPVP. And if they were to be under the correct position title, they will have a higher pay than a police officer or a police sergeant. And so if you can give us an answer to the extent of Honorable Crotty's question and my point of privilege. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Toddy, if you could provide some guidance on the forms, the budget forms that were provided to the council, if you could also provide some clarity.
Thank you, Honorable Chair James, for the question or the clarification. I did come across that same information. However, our records in the HRIS system show that all of these positions are now police officers. And when I was looking into our All Shares database, what I found out, the records or the reports that we have The first one I printed had executive protection agent titles on it. And I went to a second report which had the police officer classifications on there. So I went directly into the system and I found that they are classified as police officers. And I think that's where, and the information that was given to the Office of the President during the budget process, the budget Form 3s reflected the police officer titles, and that's why when OMB was reviewing the budgets and developing the reports, that's how their titles are all now police officer or police sergeants. But I did see the discrepancy when I was preparing my memo for the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Toddy. And going back to reserve time. Point of privilege raised by Chair James.
Thank you, Speaker, members of council, and then Ms. Toddy, thank you very much for the response, but you didn't answer two of my question, and that is if assessments were done for these police officers that are at OPVP office, and if they qualify for the executive protection agent supervisor, executive protection agent, because if they don't qualify, then they're out of a job.
Thank you, Chair
So
James.
that's my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Toddy?
Thank you for the question, Honorable Chair James. I'm sorry I overlooked that one. Qualification assessments were done when the positions were reclassified as executive protection agents, as well as the supervisor title, and all of the applicants did meet the minimum qualifications. And for clarification purposes, when the positions were reclassified on January 5th, 2024 to police officers, we did complete qualification assessments for them. And earlier I mentioned that the PAFs were not submitted on time because there were findings where their certifications were not up to date. So the Office of the President had the staff go through training to get recertified. And until they were recertified and they met the requirements, fully met the requirements of the positions, then in May is when they finally submitted the PAFs to officially change their titles back to police officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Shema. Ms. Toddy, for answering that question of privilege. And going back to who's in queue, we do have point of privilege raised by Chair Regina Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'm going back to the legislation that was approved on May 25th, 2023, where 16 delegates voted in favor for this change for protective, it's the plan of operations for executive protection service programs. So listening to Ms. Toddy just now talking about the certification that was required, Speaker, I want to know, how does NABIMY-16-23, like how is that even being implemented by DPM? Because she said that there's some officers that had to go through recertification. Per this legislation that was passed by Nabi Kiyatka and changing the plan of operation, which the president was in support of at the, when he was here at council, it's to lower the requirements for law enforcement and basically to not hire law enforcement is my understanding, but that's where I need some, I guess maybe legal interpretation about NABIMY-16-23 and how that, I guess it contradicts what Ms. Toddy just stated on the record. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Gina Charles Newton, and there was that request for legal clarification. Department of Justice, Mr. Reacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Chair Charles Newton, with regards to NABIMY 1623, what that legislation did was it did lower the ability of OPVP to hire non-certified police officers, so security essentially, and it also gave them the ability to hire police officers in that position if they so choose. Specifically, if you see in the whereas section of the, excuse me, the particular resolution, section D and section, paragraph D in section 2, the removal of the requirement to have a certified police officer in there allows flexibility in hiring needed staff at OPVP. The staff will thoroughly be trained in security measures and can adequately serve in the EPS program without formal certification. The EPS program can always hire certified officers when the opportunity arises, and EPS can coordinate with the Navajo Nation Department of Public Safety to obtain certified police officers if necessary. And I believe that that's the description of the process that Ms. Toddy described just a bit ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Breacher. And going next, we do have Delegate Law, Noon Q. 5 minutes to amendment number 1.
Thank you, Chadeja, Speaker Curley, and to council members here on the floor. I do have a legislative concern, and I don't know if that's being drafted yet, but I do want to circle back to going back to the original amendment that was proposed. And so, to my understanding, the information that we received yesterday with the meeting, and indeed it was a long meeting, 5 hours, and I did attend in person. But it does go back to consultation. To my understanding, all of these questions are coming out because there was really no thorough consultation made with DPM, with HES, with our OPVP, and with Public Safety, as well as Law and Order Committee. So I think that today, all we can do is rule this amendment out of order. As we heard from the presentations here today, the original amendment was to put these positions back out into the community. But after hearing the report today, we did hear from Ms. Toddy that that would not be the immediate case. There is going to have to be some personnel actions that do have to occur. And hearing the fact that these positions are regular status employees, that changes a lot. So the legislative concern would be that council just goes into a vote to either rule the amendment in order or out of order, and that was the whole intent of the rescinding of the amendment. The second part would be if the council wishes to compromise, I think that would be in order to retain those that are currently occupying the positions. There are 6, I believe 4 are occupied right now. Instead of putting people on layoff or transfer, I think that we've heard from many people here that we think about a joba. So to reserve those positions, to have them carry out with the continuing resolution, I would be in support of that, and then maybe transferring out
the remaining 2 positions to those 6 districts, that would be a compromise. But before we get to that point, the other actions that need to occur is number 1, looking at the plan of operation. And if we're going to defund a program, that needs to happen first. And so I believe there is the need to have all of the parties I aforementioned here to come together to provide consultation, and that would be my legislative concern, is that I think that we've discussed this long enough to where we know this is not going to be an immediate fix for today's session, but that we move forward and just take the vote on whether or not we want to resend the amendment, and then move forward in the next fiscal budget year to discuss if we want to defund the program. So that's what I wanted to say, and if I could see if that legislative concern is ready, I'd like to have that introduced. Reserve the rest of my time. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Reserve time of 1:09. Thank you, Delegate Plaw, and talking with our Office of Legislative Counsel that a legislative concern is still being drafted. And going next to new and Q, Chair Ottoso.
Thank you, Speaker and Otto, members of the council. I really don't know what's really gonna happen to this budget. I see mashinni kiki yani tsakab ki to tsato what ahol jish go. The reason why we have budget hearings are supposed to have these issues we're exactly talking about hashed out at this committee level. And yego shidikla alit ego lakat kalo tahuinitla tani koje dashin tsago Washington koje ohlni nakhas lahi peshmas an episo chidit behas ani il konte kwata nishke kwa nada de nish konne adonda yego itisha. That's my concern. I'm here to work with every administration. I am a supporter of one administration. I work with the Russell Begay Nez administration, the Nez Lizer administration, and this administration also with Shelley Jim administration. الكلنا النشكي بتصادق نهات أنليني ديت هيك يسي كدو أهلني تو ششان سلادو كأشياء كيد خديسي دني تزيغو هدا لا ندهز أوت جديش أكو دي ديك أتنا خابك بيسو تشيدت هيكي باهوينت نين ليد إسلا بابا نهوتي ناكيد نزاتي نما سبيت ياك أتيلنيش واشنطن بالباش قديت أندي يا تاشين تسقو يا وتابي بكها. That officer population ratio to one officer comes from the national from the federal government. That is to include federal police, state police, county police, other law enforcement in the region. That's the way I understand that ratio. State, in the county, we don't have that information. So, when I was in law and order, There was 242 police officers. Some of them retired. Some of them just left to go to work for other agencies. We can't control that. Ako ho penal ego ko ti kwa ke halit ego la ta di ni so ni sa che so ni tsa da khayda ta ni tsa thiet za ko ni ke ho to ta at an khana nasla don hiot peso aro ajib ta pebnia aro cheta so tan hit do ni. Oh, what happened? But I just want to say to my colleagues here, at the end of the day, with what amendments are happening and has happened, I'm going to vote against the comprehensive budget at the end of the day. I really see that we're not in the middle. There's no compromise. Mashinne da nation lady in da shin to papa and seekers. Ani ade hosiol in lobiga hat ninde. Could a yan hinna don hinajin don hitchi he could not unlini pity agon the kitten da hilsa date and a date onsen. Oh, what about this? To hear and not abani.
Go ahead, Chair. So, and going back around, we do have reserved time by Chair Crotty with 2 minutes and 33 seconds.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it, and I appreciate my questions being answered. I'm still concerned and I feel that there needs to be more dialogue because it doesn't sound like there was a process in place when these positions were created. And to me, it seems unfair when these positions will be transferred out that there would be a hardship and a delay and, according to DHR, a layoff. I think all of our employees should be treated fairly. And I understand, and some of the delegates have provided insight on why an individual would choose this job. And so I respect that decision, but that also should be provided to all of our police officers. They deserve time and dedication for respite. They deserve the respect of, and their spouses. Their spouses, contact leadership and are very concerned on the safety of their loved one and the safety that they're put in every day. So if this is what I can't, and it hasn't been answered, if the plan of operation was passed by Nabagia Tiet, maybe it was council, to reduce the requirement in 2023, then why in May of 2024 would the job description be changed to police officers? If that could be answered, and I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 44 seconds. And going next to Vice Chair Slater with 3 minutes and 3 seconds.
Thank you very much. So I made some comments related to the conduct of the Waltz meeting or rally that took place here in Window Rock and how our Navajo people were detained. I went back and I reviewed the footage that was sent to me, and it looks like there's coordination from Waltz staffers and uniformed Navajo police officers, and then Mr. Sandoval's there as well. There wasn't the, what do you call it, the executive protection from what I could tell, because I don't think they're uniformed in how they carry themselves. So I think that right now is not relevant, but if the point is that we need to have executive protection to assure the safety or whatever of dignitaries and all that's going to take place, then we really need to have some strong protocols in place about how people are treated and that their free speech rights are protected, and that we're not essentially doing the political bidding of one political party or another, because it ends up blowing back up in our face. And I think that's why there's been such a huge rush to attach ourselves to this Trump administration out of the executive branch at this point. So at this point, I'm in favor of just letting these people keep their jobs. Like, we don't need to figure this all out right now. If someone wants to come in and remove all of the positions and figure things out, let's have a longer, more deliberative process. This one issue should not hold up the entire budget. We have many more things that we need to move forward with. And colleagues, I just ask that we move to a vote on it. It can pass, it cannot pass. I think a lot of us are very much on the fence here because you can see merit on both sides. Typical politician. But the remaining 120, I'd like to yield that to Delegate Charles Newton.
Yielding the time of 1 minute and 20 seconds to Chair Charles Newton. Do you accept?
Yes, Speaker, I accept.
1 minute and 20 seconds, Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. So I too am a little bit confused because we did pass a legislation that lowered the requirement. Right now at Law and Order Committee, we do receive reports about the shortage of law enforcement. Law enforcement are required to have a certain certification, and that certification requires them to go through the process and for them to have like handguns. So we've talked about this in depth, and I just feel like, I know that there's been a lot of comments made, and I did ask Ms. Toddy how many of the positions are currently filled, because what I'm seeing right now and what OMB has, there's only one position filled, and that's for a police sergeant. And I questioned, like, can we get an updated to see where they're at? And again, it's just to transfer back into the community. Transfers are done all the time. I'm getting text messages from police officers. Some of them are not consulted with. Our chief of police wasn't even consulted with when he was being fired as chief of police. So the consultation doesn't happen with law enforcement. They're just
Thank you, Chair. And going next to Honorable Mitchell with 2 minutes and 56 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll go ahead and use the rest of my time going over what I first stated. The displacement of the 6 individuals. They were by standards a kid. Boyanado Bahazanda. Did Nika away don't a Bachinchi Dalo. A did Adoya Yego Bansi Kezo Quilia. A digde Shitila. Although the other one is the annual funding agreement and scope of work. That's still, to me, still might be an issue out there. Although the last one, plan of operation. If we remove these 6 individuals, we still have a plan of operation out there that states that these individuals will protect the president and his family, although other dignitaries. So what if something happens? The liability would fall on the Navajo Nation because we then amend that plan of operation. President gets don't then later not on in Handa Kaigida. Kashayan Haikides advocate Iliao now based on the habit with personnel. Had a hot sago in hip. Hiot none hit it on nil. So a digi cut or Yego should it asleep. Although the other one, is the amount of money that was amended, $739,015. That is probably not the true number, because a lot of this money probably has been used. Or you Nahalin, if you look at the total 739, but half of it, or probably 3/4 of it, has already been used. So this is probably not a true number. Though I waived the rest of my time.
Thank you. Honorable Mitchell waives the rest of his time. And going next to Chair Vince James with 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. Really quick question. So when will the PAF be made to make the correct position title to Executive Protection Agent? I say this because if that's the title that the current individuals are using, they would be paid at step A is $29.78, a salary of $62,180,000. But currently, with the current position title that they're utilizing, which is police officers, they're making $27.50 an hour and an annual salary of $57,420. So we're cheating out our current police officers that are over there at OPVP. And so that's why I'm asking, when will these PAF be made? If we talk about our people, that our police officers are important, they should be paid the correct pay from day one. From day one. And hajopa ben saha case ha nego ha otzi a joba works two ways. Joba ohohinzin laid the naked hat ende in the communities. Hajoba ohohinzin asa nihidene nihinat big dest eo. 6 police officers. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve of 32 seconds. And colleagues, there were numerous questions that were questioned here, so I'm gonna, if there is no opposition from Vice Chair Simonson, if we could go over to Mr. Sandoval here. Mr. Sandoval, Chief of Staff.
Good morning, honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council. The questions that were asked, I would address those and then probably try to provide clarification to a lot of the, I guess, misunderstanding. The plan of operation was first established in 2003, and upon the entrance of that particular president at the time, it was widely recognized that 638 funded police officers were not allowed to provide dignitary protection. So that's why we came to the Navajo Nation Council and presented a plan of operation that they approved. And that plan of operation was the same as it is, it functioned the same as it is up to today, with 6 agents and the resources to provide those services for over 22 years so far. They did that successfully for President Shirley for 8 years, President Shelley for 4 years, President Begay for 4 years, President Nez for 4 years, and now President Nygren. A lot of this discussion about the plan of operation, the classifications, and so on. When President Nygren first took office, one of the things he wanted to do was get police officers back out on the street. So that's why the proposal was put forward to change the standards. I won't say lower, but change the standards to get people in there to provide protection for the principals or the dignitaries. And It was successfully done working with all the people involved, mostly the Department of Personnel Management. And so, but what was quickly realized, honorable members of the council, was that providing dignitary protection at various levels of government, state, federal, airports, getting things done was really challenging using bodyguards, non-certified police officers. So the decision was made to go back to utilizing certified police officers. And yes, we've gone through all the process to determine and truly understand that they're 638 certified, but they're not 638 compensated. That's where we came for the general funds, and it's been general funds for its entire time. So that's where we understand that one of the complications in the very beginning was what happens to things like years of service, retirement, and so on. And so under this particular time period, over the last couple of years, we've also made it a mission to build the program to be a little more elite as a service to whoever the president of the Navajo Nation is, whoever holds that office, looking at our counterparts of the state of Arizona, state of Utah, and even the state of California. You know, we were super surprised to learn the state of California has over 100 officers designated for governor protection, and the way they move them around, the way they get things done. So I asked today, there's a number of things that I can talk about as well, but we understand, and we don't want any of these executive protection officers to be, you know, put out of work even for a day, because we know what within the tribal system, if you're removed, then there's a long process just to get put back in again. So that could mean that these people with families and responsibilities, you know, could be out of work for a while. And if I could speak to just for a moment to the fact that dignitary protection or the executive protection services at the Navajo Nation for the leadership of the Navajo Nation is absolutely necessary. And I'm here today to ask you to continue to, you know, maybe support the amendment to remove it from the process, or to continue to support it. The president, as you guys as elected officials, the leader is everywhere, chapters, communities. You know, there's 20 plus divisions that are having functions. They've got programs where in the states all the time. And those of you that don't know, minus air transportation these days, it's a whole lot more difficult getting leadership from point A to point B to C to D. When the tribal airplane was up, it was a lot easier to move people around, including, you know, members of the legislative branch. And so I would really like to impress upon the council that the importance of protecting our leadership is important. Transporting the leadership is important. Sometimes there are, on the average, it's a 12-hour day. Sometimes it's 14, sometimes it's 18 hours a day. And so one of the reasons there's a few of them too is that it's for the office. And so they have to be able to alternate and taking the leadership from one point to another, but because they can't be driving, you know, 16 hours a day. It's just not a safe thing in the middle of the night, and the different places that our representatives are at, you know, the livestock situations. If you look at the vehicles, we equip them to best protect themselves from that. You know, it may seem funny, but they've got guards on the front of the vehicles in the event they do come in contact with livestock on the road, and we do our best to try to protect everybody. And I'll also be the first to say that, you know, this Navajo Nation Council chamber, you guys need some form of protection as well. We got a lot of issues these days. The president of the nation makes a lot of yes or no decisions that could really upset people and do upset people. And, you know, we've got protesters, we've got people that just want to embarrass and probably eventually create harm. And, you know, the same could happen here at the Navajo Nation Council chamber. If I would never ever want something drastic to happen anywhere to anybody, but I again ask that we not treat this lightly, and understand that the program's been around for 22 years now. It's been very successful, and in those 22 years, we have not had a president hurt as a result of anybody wanting to bring harm. There are credible threats. There have been threats. The president's house in the past has been vandalized, has been graffitied, has been, I know of an incident or two where BB guns and pellets were shot through the windows. The dog that used to belong to a president was poisoned. And so those threats are real. They do exist out there. And again, I really want to just stick to the fact that if we could, support just removing the amendment, that's what would be great. That doesn't in any way downplay our respect or our responsibility to Navajo police officers. There are many reasons we don't have as many Navajo police officers as we probably need to have, but we're all working on that. We're trying to increase it. We're trying to increase the power and make things happen out there. As far as the questions are concerned, the original amendment and back to the plans of operation, I have worked with the Department of Personnel Management in order to try to better that program at the Office of the President and Vice President so that people do want to come to work up there, and when they do work up there, they're not going to lose what they have already put in as far as being a police officer. And it's my honest belief that I've always worked with the leadership at Navajo Police Department in the effort to try to fill the current positions. There was a time when we brought over police officers or law enforcement certified people from the state of Arizona, from the county of Apache, and they became Navajo certified. And I know that there's different struggles within Department of Public Safety as far as certification, BIA certification, but what we try to stay on top of is to make sure that everybody's under some form of umbrella. In the event something happens, they're still covered. And I will continue to work with DPM to assure Honorable James that these positions they fit where they're supposed to be and fit how they're supposed to be. A sergeant is a sergeant. I've talked to the Director of Public Safety who, when we talk about a certified police officer versus a non-certified police officer, when you get out to work with other agencies like the FBI, the Secret Service, the state police, they understand rank and promotion. And so if our services has a sergeant that carries a lot of weight, and we'd really like to promote the supervisor position eventually, possibly to a lieutenant, and then all of our other agents or officers be sergeants as well. So there's a lot of planning that's going into it, and we're very thankful to the people who are working with us now, and we're very thankful to those and each and every one of you who continue to support the program, and we agree with the fact that we got to move forward with the budget, and we ask that you continue to allow this program to stay funded, be funded, and it's a very, very important program for leadership of the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval. And going to go back for follow-up questions. Reserve time by Delegate Simpson with 1 minute and 48 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council, guest staff. Good afternoon again. It's kind of mind-boggling here. We talk about inadequate law enforcement within our nation, and we're talking about 6 positions that's funded by general funds, and we want to move these positions to different districts, and we're talking about inadequate law enforcement. We got 216 vacant positions. We should be concentrating on that and how we move forward to fill those positions. But we're talking about 6 positions, but we're not talking about the 216 vacant positions. And if we want to provide public safety for our Navajo people that reside on Navajo Nation, let's work on that. If policies need to be changed, let's work on that. I guess the requirement right now is you have to be 21 years old to become a Navajo Nation police officer with nothing, you don't have any charge. You have never been charged with a misdemeanor or felony. But right now, you know, we have some young people that are 18 years and older that's willing to become police officers within Navajo Nation. How do you work these things out? Now, if personnel is an issue, Ms. Toddy, work with the Navajo law enforcement to address that issue, to make these things happen to where we fill these positions, that 216 that's vacant. Then we're working to provide public safety for our Navajo people. But we've been talking about this in Amagiatia and today for, combined total hours, probably 6 hours. Let's talk about filling those 216 vacant.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. And going next to Vice Chair Johnson with 3 minutes and 56 seconds. Point of privilege raised by Chair James.
Again, Speaker, members of council, I raise this point of privilege to Rule 16. Earlier, Chief of Staff Sandoval indicated that these police officers that are currently at OPVP, if we don't move forward with this amendment, that they're going to be losing their job. Now, my question, my point of privilege is how are the current 6 police officers as title, are they going to lose their job? Because their current position title is police officers. And we have all these vacants. So they're not going to lose their job. So I have that question for clarification that I need. How are they going to lose their job when their current position title is police officers? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair James. And we can go back to our presenters here with Mr. Sandoval, and we also have Ms. Toddy. So, Mr. Sandoval.
Thank you for that question, Honorable James. In all honesty, they wouldn't lose their jobs. And if I think back, I don't think I said it like that. What I said was if they become unemployed through the PAF process, that always takes a lot of time. So, but we could probably remedy that. Just when anybody in the Navajo Nation changes a job, in most cases, you don't just stop one day and then start another day immediately. There's always this paperwork problem. When that paperwork process starts, you have your pay period ending and so on, which could impact a paycheck or 2 even. And to some of our people on Navajo, any interruption of time like that could impact a paycheck or so. So that's what I meant.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval. And going back to Vice Chair Johnson with 3 minutes and 56 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Curley. Thank my colleagues for the discussion debate here regarding this amendment. I do support this amendment by Honorable Simonson. Again, just like we heard before, this program is budgeted for over 500 positions. We need to start focusing on a medical examiner for the Navajo Nation. More medical examiners, more, support to our public safety, and we also need as we heard, they're like, what, $50,000 salary a year. We need to work on that wage increasement, their benefits. Do they even have a psychologist? How many psychologists do they have, with the public safety, things like that. I really feel like this amendment that we're rescinding, we heard there's no budget forms, plan of operation. It's very out of order. And I'd like to go ahead and, continue to provide the council needs to support our public safety, first and foremost. That too's out there on the ground, one public safety officer for 200 or 300 miles, And I have a personal experience, with a relative that got stabbed. And this person is still out there, again, just like my brother said, Honorable Simpson, we need to fill these positions because there's people still out there. The manpower is not there. And, I look forward to working with our public safety as well as our, our judicial to get them, additional support. And just as we heard prior, any delegate can sponsor a legislation supporting any of these divisions. So we just need to stand by our public safety as well as the safety of our leadership. You know, President Nygren does, you know, he needs to go home safely, and wherever he travels to, he needs the safety and security, and he returns safely home to his family. So, you know, we just want to go ahead and, you know, I want to thank the public safety director and also the public police chief for being here today with us. So I commend you and the rest of the law enforcement for all your for all your hard work, and look forward to working with you. So as I'm listening to personnel management, I'm listening to, you know, it sounds like, you know, we just need to go ahead and support this, rescinding this amendment, allow this discussion to go back to the committee. That's where it needs to happen at. So colleagues, I ask that you support this, rescinding this amendment. I'd like to go ahead and yield my time to Danny.
Yielding time of 53 seconds to Delegate Simpson. Do you accept?
Yes, I do. Madam Speaker, again, thank you, members of the 25th Council. I understand, I'm very passionate about providing public safety for our Navajo people. And again, how we go about that is that there's policies that, you know, because we're trying to talk about 6 positions to go to districts, but I'm talking about 216 vacant positions, and I'm very passionate to where we get these public safety to our Navajo people. If there's policies that need to be changed, amended, or created, or codes that need to be amended, or new codes need to be implemented, let's do it. You know, we have Law and Order Committee, and again, as my brother stated, any delegate can sponsor any legislation to address these issues. And I did speak with 2 law enforcers yesterday, had a meeting with them, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to be sponsoring legislation to assist the public safety to address these issues that we're talking about. So that'll be forthcoming.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. Time has expired, and going next to Honorable Dr. Eddie Nez with 1 minute and 58 seconds.
Hakoshi, Speaker. I did pose a question about the number of employees who have been let go from OPVP. All of this, I'm not against the protection. Like I said, we're all somebody's relative, and we all deserve to be safe out in our communities. The logic here just doesn't make sense to me. It was mentioned a couple of times, and our decision is that then could be compromised. I mean, you know, forbid anything happen. We passed a modification and updated the plan of operation. And Ms. Tari indicated here, Abe, through the Office of the President and Vice President, made those changes, trained who they needed to train, and introduced the new position titles. That, to me, does not seem like it came from council, even though we had passed and amended that plan of operation. So what they did, how they trained, reclassifying the position, that then compromises our relatives who are in these positions. And my concern is about these officers who come in to protect leadership. And keep in mind, I've heard the president, Bunigren. The plan of operation also states vice president, who should also get the protection and service that she needs as she travels about the Nebuchadnezzar and afar. And with the number of individuals and personnel who are leaving the administration for whatever reason, to me that also raises a red flag to our officers who put in the work, the training, etc., only to be let go. Then what's the decision thereafter? And again,
Time. Delegate Nez. And I'm going to go back to the sponsor of the amendment, Vice Chair Simonson.
Oh, ich hat nana shiaj ado nada idot kito hat kuigo shimba nada sostigi Aroshin Quad, Mr. Sandoval Badinch Ato Lele Quad Naida Kidigi, not on Hato Zihinia.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Sandoval.
Thanks again. Let me first go back to answer the question that Honorable Nez, I forgot to answer. I don't know the exact number, but there's been a few people that have come and gone from the President's office. And a lot of times it's, President Nygren is a very hard worker, and, you know, we report to work 7:30 every morning. We get done 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night, and things are often related to situations like that. And if people have a hard time performing, you know, that decision may be made to depart the office, or in some cases let them go just because we're not meeting those expectations. And there are people there, though, which I'm very thankful for, who are meeting those needs all the time and making things happen.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval. And new in queue, Kodoshiaj, Honorable Daniels.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, Arunda Kodosland, I'm Slenigi Kodo, Bishmas, I'm not Slenigi, Arunda Kodo Nagaidam. To the amendment, Kodo Nagaidam, I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Shamakodo, Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. Speaker.
Yields a time of 4 minutes and 55 seconds to Chair Eugenia Charles. How much? 4:45. And Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, do you accept?
Yes, I do accept.
And 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and Shiaj, thank you for yielding your time to me. I just want to go back to the statements that were made by Mr. Sandoval here. So number one, just so you know, Mr. Sandoval, the plan of operation is to protect the president and the vice president. So based on your statements today, if this amendment goes through, or this rescinding Amendment 4 to keep 6 police officers to protect 1 person, then I would expect that 2 officers be assigned to the vice president. That's number one. Number two is, if the goal, as you stated, the goal is to protect dignitaries, because you said dignitary protection is necessary. I understand that right now when dignitaries come on to the nation, law enforcement they're contacted, and then they're the ones who protect the dignitaries. So yes, the protective service does do some protection, but in actuality, it's law enforcement being pulled from their communities to protect at events and to protect, as you stated, the dignitaries. Your focus has been on the dignitaries. However, the plan of operation does state the president, vice president, and then their families. You later stated that the protection, you talked about the driving, that there's a lot of driving, 16 hours a day. Be mindful that when you're talking to 24 delegates, we drive ourselves. We are working 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. Well, at least some of us are. So to compare one person to 24 other delegates in here who are doing the exact same thing is not a good comparison to make. Because we do it, we're out in the community, we're representing the Navajo people, we're at the same events that Boo is at. So it doesn't make sense that you're saying that the purpose of this was to, the dignitaries, and you talked about how it's a challenge providing protection to the dignitaries. Law enforcement are doing that already when dignitaries come to the Navajo Nation. So it just doesn't make sense when you're making that argument. You also stated that if a person is removed, there's a long process to get them back in. Isn't that your responsibility at the executive branch to fix that process? Isn't DPM under the executive branch? If you recognize that the process to get someone hired back onto the Navajo Nation takes time, Why not focus attention on that? Why not try to fix that? I appreciate your statement that leadership does need protection, even counsel, but just for the record, Boo did line item veto our security detail here at council. So to make that statement again before 24 delegates is contradicting. You're saying on the one hand, yes, we do need protection, but Boo line item vetoed our protection. You don't think as women walking out in the parking lot at night is scary and that we need protection and that we have to ask staff, Chief of Staff Rico, to walk us outside? You don't think about, you don't think that that's scary for us, yet you supported the fact that Boo line item vetoed our security? Again, contradicting. I also question, does Division of Public Safety consult officers when they're being changed in post? Because I'm getting text messages from officers saying they don't consult us. They just tell us, your PAF is gonna move from Shiprock to Crown Point. Yes, housing is an issue, but they don't take that into consideration. So it's very interesting that now, because it deals with the president's, I guess his guys, that suddenly there's a tension and, oh my gosh, we're not consulting our officers. If you're going to make the argument on the record that we should consult our officers, then follow through with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton. And going next to reserve time, we have Honorable Toth with 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Go nabiget. I have 140. I could on hisens ashanat ani. I think it's time for us to vote. To yo hinati Japandi kail. In a way, Jote. Ashin Nijona Tolkino in Happy Hote. So at this time, with an order, like to cease debate and let's vote. Thank you, Madam Chair. Wait my time.
Delegate Toth waives the rest of his time. And colleagues, there are still 4 reserved time. We do have Chair Crotty with 44 seconds. We do have Chair James with 32 seconds. We have Vice Chair Johnson. Vice Chair Johnson, you yield your time. And Delegate Claw with 1 minute and 9 seconds. So there are those 3 reserved times. If there's no objections from the 3, so we do have an objection, colleagues. So I'm not going to recognize that motion for that cease debate. Delegate Toth. Going next, Honorable Claw with 1 minute and 9 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Ada Shana. Thank you for offering the cease debate, but I do have a legislative concern. If I can go ahead and modify the amendment to rescind. So I would like to ask the primary sponsor, if you can add that legislative concern, if I can have that read into the record. And also this would pertain to NABI MY 1623, and just for the record, I was not there. Myself and Delegate Simonson were excused, and I think if I were there, I would have had questions in regards to what transpired. But unfortunately, I think this is our second opportunity to have those that are mentioned in the legislative concern to have a more deep discussion on what is going to happen. I think we're talking about defunding a program, and that excludes people that were not at a table. So if I could have that, and I will waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. And we do have with Chair Crotty with 44 seconds. Yields her time. And last reserve time we do have Chair James with 32 seconds.
Nana, thank you. Ado kodo ashonde PAF linigi. Ado hinat linin haj ilwada as council alto. Na the kid big age a question, a simple question. he decided to walk out. Just wanted to make that clarification. I'm very concerned of a lot of the contradicting comments that are being made, and then the poor management skills that is here at the table and not being fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair James. And colleagues, I don't have any other reserved time or who is new in queue. So colleagues, I'm going to call for a vote for amendment number 1. 2 minutes on the board. Honorable Claude, if you could state for your request for modification.
Speaker Curley, I did ask if the primary sponsor to this amendment to rescind would also include the modification to add in this legislative concern, and I did ask for it to be read into the record. Thank you.
And Vice Chair Simonson, do you accept that modification to amendment number 1 to include the legislative concern? Point of privilege raised by Chair James.
Can I get a clarification from legal counsel if we are in order? Because Ledan Shinalet, Honorable Don Claw, made that motion within her time. And as Speaker, you didn't address it and you moved on to me. And I used up my time. And so now, and then you ask for a roll call vote. And you're going back in that same roll call vote that you indicated that you called for, you're addressing Honorable Claw's request regarding the legislative concern. That will be my point of privilege under Rule 16. Thank you.
Office of Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker. My suggestion would be that Delegate Claw make the motion to include her legislative concern as a separate amendment, Speaker.
Thank you, Office of Legal Counsel. And again, thank you, Chair James, for calling out for that point of privilege. And I did call for a vote, so that standing will stand. And Honorable Claw, we can also entertain that within the main motion. So again, colleagues, 2 minutes on the board for amendment number 1. Hey, colleagues, this is a majority vote. And colleagues, we have about 40 seconds here on the board, and we only do have 2 excused absences today. And colleagues, that is the full vote here from the floor. And we do have a vote of 12 in favor, 7 opposed, with Speaker not voting. Amendment number 1 carries. And colleagues, we are back on our main motion. do have Chair Crotty next in queue.
Thank you. So on the main motion, I do want to say I have requests from HR regarding the hiring of the executive personnel, and I would like that followed up. Like, what was the protocol? Because it sounds like it's a very not well-defined how they transferred from the police department into the office of the president and vice president. And then I would need to know where they, was the Division of Public Safety, like, did they assign them to that office? Because now I'm looking at the memo. So if there's a hiring protocol, because it looks like now there's a layoff protocol. With that in mind, Speaker, I do have an amendment for a legislative concern. And colleagues, I know there's a few other legislative concerns. If staff, well, let me just read it into the, I don't have it to read it in. If staff can read it into the record, we're just trying to keep our programs accountable, and it sounds like the community of counselor towards Ojo and Cinto chapter have been trying to get a meeting with NDOT regarding their MOU for road maintenance 474. And so I think in terms of trying to get our programs to respond to our community members, I'll be asking for this legislative concern. That will be my motion. I'll reserve my time.
And reserve time of 3:34 on the main motion. And staff, if you could help read amendment number 2 into the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 2, 1, add the following legislative concern to Exhibit I, FY 2025 legislative concern under the executive branch. New language underline Navajo Division of Transportation, Admin Business Unit 121001. The Navajo Division of Transportation is to approve a written report to the Resources and Development Committee by the end of the third quarter to provide an update on the Memorandum of Understanding for Road 474 that extends from Highway 550 to Apache Corner from Counselor towards Ojo and Encino chapter for maintenance and snow removal, and underline. 2, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other amendments which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. And as a reminder to our chief of staffs and also division directors, acting division directors, if you could also stay here if there's any other questions that are raised here from the floor. And is there a second to this motion? Second by Honorable Toth. Colleagues, are there any questions or concerns for amendment number 2? Delegate Law.
Thank you. As Speaker, I would like to request to add a motion to modify this amendment to add in a legislative concern. So if I could ask the primary sponsor, Shanella Amber Crotty, to also add in legislative concern regarding the protection services program. So if I could also have that displayed on the board to add in. So my request, Shanella, to add it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. With that request to the motioning party does concur. And for the record, Ms. Johnson, if you could help us read that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The members of the Navajo Nation Council, that email was sent out at 12:39 p.m. And it reads, this will be new item 2. Add the following legislative concern to Exhibit I, legislative concerns for the executive branch. Underline new language, the Department of Personnel Management, DPM, Business Unit 105001, the Office of the President and Vice President, OPVP, Business Unit 103001, and the Division of Public Safety, DPS, Business Unit 116001 shall provide a written and oral report to the Law and Order Committee, LOC, by the end of the third quarter of FY 2025 of their review of the plan of operation for the Executive Protection Services Program in Resolution NABIMY-16-23. Then DPM, OPVP, DPS, and LOC shall collectively consult to determine the impacts of defunding the Executive Protection Services Program. The findings of DPM, OPVP, DPS, and LOC shall submit a written report of its findings to the Navajo Committee by the end of the fourth quarter of FY 2025. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. And Chair Crotty did accept that modification as a motion party. And colleagues, Honorable Tolth, new in queue for amendment number 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ms. Crowley, Honorable Crowley, can you also modify that Torion area, Whitehorse, and Batata be included also? I would appreciate Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 4:40, and that's the motion requested a motion party. Chair Crotty, do you accept? Chair Crotty does accept, and we will modify that here on the board. Then going next to Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie to amendment number 2.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody's safe and well. I would also like to add a legislative concern. As council, we've all approved a Diné action plan. It's identified as CS-51-21, and there are several task group committees under this Diné action plan. And I've been fortunate to be able to, when possible, attend these meetings with the missing, murdered Diné relatives. And also the group that I work with is a suicide prevention. And we've been meeting weekly. We are at the stage and in our task group where, you know, we're collecting our data, we're learning more about this modern monster, our Navajo monster of depression, suicide, you know, all of those things. And what we're ready to do in our task group is really start looking at where we can put the information in a data clearinghouse. And this legislative concern is to request that the Division of Health Administration and also Epidemiology Center to become the primary hub for this the data collection, and to share the report with HES at the end of the third quarter, and then to also share this report and work with the Diné Action task groups. That is the purpose of my legislative concern. And I'd like to ask Delegate Crotty if it's possible to modify and add this to as amendment number 2. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 3:04, and there is a request for modification. Chair Crotty? Chair Crotty does accept, and we will read that into the record before we move on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Modification to Amendment 2. This will become number 3. Add the, modification number 3. add the following legislative concern to Exhibit I, FY 2025 legislative concern under the Executive Branch, Division of Health Administration and Navajo Epidemiology Center, Business Units XX and XX. The Division of Health Administration and the Navajo Epidemiology Center, Navajo EPI, shall present an oral and written report to the Health Education Human Services Committee, HESI, by the end of the FY 2025 third quarter with a proposed plan to establish the Navajo EPI as the primary hub for data collection on critical social issues affecting the Navajo Nation populace, including suicide, violence, substance use, and missing persons. The report shall include a proposed structure and funding to enhance Navajo EPI's capacity to manage and analyze the data effectively. The Navajo EPI shall also provide a copy of the report to Dine Action Plan task groups, suicide prevention, substance use, domestic violence, and missing murdered Dine relatives. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, and that has been modified here on the board for amendment number 2. Going back to reserve time, Honorable Toth with 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Waives the rest of his time. Honorable Yazzie with 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Waives the rest of her time. Colleagues, are there any other additional comments on amendment number 2? I don't see any. Calling for a vote. 2 minutes on the board, colleagues, as a majority vote. And colleagues, we have about 1 minute here on the board to vote. Delegate Arvizo, Delegate Norman Begay, Chair Regina Charles Newton, Chair Ottiso. Colleagues, I'm going to call the vote at 17 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting. Delegate Begay votes green. Again, Honorable Arvizo, Chair Regina Charles Newton, Chair Ottiso. And that is a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting. Amendment number 2 carries. And back to the main motion. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you again, everybody. I know this is to the main motion, and so I just want to say thank you to everybody for your vote for the approval of the Navajo EPI program to work with our committees to gather data. I feel this is going to be very important as we move forward in the time of the new administration in Washington. You know, we're hearing every day individuals who may have concern, fear, frustration with all the changes that are happening. and I just want to be able to do what I can to understand our own social ills and our, modern day monsters. I know a lot of this we're not supposed to talk about. It's taboo, but it also, I want to be understanding and be able to, use this time as a delegate to figure out how we could make sure that we have, adequate programs, services, funding, what that needs to look like for our people at the local level. And so, like I said, I spend my time every Wednesday with our suicide prevention task group, and I know Delegate Crotty is the chair for missing, murdered Diné relatives. And so if you're able to, community members, reach out, learn about some of these task groups. We do need your input of what kind of services and programs would benefit you, both from, if you're an individual who uses traditional ways of healing or modern ways, and even going to church. All of those are our tools and our prayers and our beliefs that helps us to heal. And we're going to need each other as we move forward in the next 4 years. And I know it's only a month into this Trump administration, and it feels to me like it's been a long time. It feels like it's been longer. And so I just want to put that out there, and just thank you for helping me to put this legislative concern ahead. That's all. I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie. Next, we do have Chair Vince James. 5 minutes to the main motion.
Speaker, members of council, audience, I do have an amendment. If you can email my amendment out, reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 4:52. And staff, if you could help read Chair James' amendment into the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 3, in Exhibit G, add new lines as follows. New language underline business unit 107080, excess annual leave forfeiture payout. Description, the funding will be used to compensate employees whose leave in excess of 320 hours was forfeited at the end of calendar year 2024. 2, the Office of Management and Budget shall prepare a revised Exhibit G in accordance with this amendment. 3, renumber, relitter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other amendments which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff and colleagues. We do have a second by Chair Crotty. Are there any questions on amendment number 3? Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I just have I'm waiting for the email. I just want to see the breakdown of the budget or how much this is going to cost. Is it up there? Otherwise, thank you. Chair James and Chair Crotty for offering this amendment. I just want to know the total cost. I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 4:39. And that was also emailed out to the council here. Chair Crotty? No. Okay, Chair Parrish did get that clarified. She waives the rest of her time. Colleagues, are there any other additional questions for amendment number 2? Going twice, going 3 times. Colleagues, 2 minutes on the board for amendment number 3, and it is a majority vote. And lunch was sponsored by NTUA today. And about 50 seconds here left to vote, colleagues. Vice Chair Slater. And colleagues, we do have a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting. Amendment number 3 carries. And going back to the main motion. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Thank you, Speaker. And colleagues, thank you for the discussion thus far. I do have an amendment as posed, amendment number 4. Staff, if you can assist on getting the transfer amendment. I do have a legislative concern, but I'll wait on that one. Currently, I do have the transfer amendment. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 4 minutes and 40 seconds. And colleagues, there is a motion on the floor for amendment number 4. And staff, if you could help us read that into the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 4. 1, make the amendment to the executive branch funding as follows from Business Unit 103001 OPVP, Object Code Description and Amount, Object Code 4200 non-cap in the amount of $40,000, Object Code 6520 Consulting in the amount of $20,000. Object Code 7110 programs in the amount of $40,000. Object Code 7410 media in the amount of $50,000, total amount of $150,000. 2 Business Unit 103015, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. Object Code 4000 supplies, $50,000. Object Code 5000 lease and rental in the amount of $25,000. Object Code 6000 repairs and maintenance in the amount of $75,000, total amount of $150,000. 2, make the amendment from Division for Children and Family Services and Department of Health funding as follows. From Business Unit 117001, Division of Children and Family Services, Object Code 3230 travel expense in the amount of $15,000. Object Code 4200 non-cap in the amount of $15,000. Object Code 7110 programs in the amount of $40,000, total amount of $70,000. From Business Unit 113001, Department of Health, Object Code 6520 consulting in the amount of $70,000. 2 Business Unit 109006, Navajo Nation Library, Object Code 3000 travel in the amount of $12,300. Object Code 4000 supplies in the amount of $70,610. Object Code 5500 telecommunications and utilities in the amount of $8,500. Object Code 6000 repairs and maintenance in the amount of $25,000. Object Code 7000 special transactions in the amount of $23,590 in total of amount of $140,000. 3, the programs identified in this amendment are directed to make changes to their budget forms consistent with this amendment. 4, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent of or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, and we do have a second by Honorable Toth. Colleagues, are there any questions on amendment number 4? Going twice. Vice Chair Slater.
Can you scroll up on the doc so we can see it? I'm trying to check my email for which amendment this is. Okay. And then from the email, can OLS identify which email this one is contained in? We have a whole suite of emails.
It was sent at 1:45 p.m.
Okay, I'll reserve my time. Thank you for the clarification.
Reserve time at 4:20. Colleagues, are there any other questions? Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hear from the program director because the Division of Family Services and the Department of Health were both, earlier on Monday, it was stated by the controller that they are using federal funds for, I guess, printing of documents that they're concerned about. So I'd like to have both directors to come and answer questions. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:29. And colleagues, just a reminder for discussion here, this is on the comprehensive budget, so it's all general funds dollars. So I think we did state that any K accounts or federal accounts will be on a separate report. So just that reminder, colleagues. And going next to Honorable Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ado kudo amendment del diagia. Ni khile sa ye khatsi the amendment, we still need 16 votes. And the last vote, I don't remember what the number was, 18, 19, something like that. So amendment, we still need 16 votes to pass the main legislation. We're taking monies from Business Unit 10-3001. But at the same time, we question based on how so all it's either we can because we're taking monies from this business unit. So they quite this and a question to, I don't know who the question this would go to. Probably yourself, Madam Speaker. No, we require budget packets. The budget packet, it's usually signed by the division director. If it's money coming from a division to another division, sign this, because I remember the other day over at Nabi, I was waiting for Chief Justice to sign the judicial budget amendment. So do they get signatures from the division? Don't 2 minutes. I had a proposed amendment for judicial. This morning, there's a lot of vacant positions. So what we'll do at LOC, work with judicial branch to fund this judge position. $400, but although the memorandum needs to Wednesday. So when this judge gets appointed, judicial is going to have to look for monies. But we know that there's a lot of vacant positions within judicial, also using some of their IDC costs. Though a question to the controller. BFJY 1724, which was issued back in July 17, 2024. Personnel lapse. The number in there had 18,686,503 under that resolution. But today's resolution, 36,522,258. If you look at these numbers, 36 million, that means a lot of position wasn't used. Seems like this is the highest number that I've seen thus far. I don't know if this is just a half a year or a full year projection. That'll be a question to the controller. Couple questions and also a comment. Thank you. Wait the rest of my time.
Thank you. Honorable Mitchell waives the rest of his time and go back to the motioning party. Honorable Ness.
Hakoshi Akia Speaker Aro Kuro Shinhat Adano Linigi Kwaegi na Dikirigido your clarifications. Ako Diriki Eya, the First Amendment or the Fourth Amendment in the first one that you see taking funds from Business Unit 103001, Office of the President and Vice President. That's $40,000 from their non-cap. Right now, they currently have a request for $80,000 on furniture. And so this amendment takes $40,000 from that. They also have consulting fees. That is a significant number. So what this amendment is doing is taking $20,000. They fail to detail what exactly is in their consulting. The next one is programs. They're nearly at $90,000 for promotional items. And colleagues, when we were discussing the Navajo Nation fairs, there was a legislation just a week before the fair actually started. I'm not the biggest fan of promotional items because when you walk the route after a fair, you'll see visibly why I'm not the biggest fan. Lastly, under media, so currently right now in the budget as it stands, there's about $114,000 for the Office of President and Vice President to spend on printing, radio, advertisement, etc. So this amendment is taking $50,000 from that proposed budget. And all these figures is going into the Navajo Nation's Veterans Administration. So it's adding funds to the Veterans Administration for their supplies, their lease and rental repairs and maintenance, for their agency offices, and for them to carry out their roles and responsibilities. The second portion is the Division for Children and Family Services. The first one, and I appreciate the acknowledgement on what occurred on Monday, which is my legislative concern that you'll hear later in this meeting, is that, there's a lot of unfortunate spending at the, I don't know what to really call it, but it's really coming from the President, Vice President to use funds from our respective programs that are supposed to be used for direct service. Akotiriki from the Division of Children and Family Services, it's taking $15,000 from the administration's travel budget, non-cap for, again, furniture, that's $15,000, and then special transactions, again, that's for preparation for the fair, that's at $70,000. And then the Department of Health, I did get concurrence by the appointed division director, Ms. Yazi, to pull $70,000 from their over, I believe it's nearly $200,000 of consulting fees. And all that is going into the Navajo Nation Library. I don't know how many of my colleagues know, but the Department of Diné Education is currently closed. They were shut down, so a lot of their staff is housed now at the Navajo Nation Library, and these funds will certainly support those operations on behalf of our students. So with that, I wanted to provide clarity. I know there was some questions that were addressed to Controller McCabe, so I will defer some time to Mr. McCabe. Thank you.
Controller?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Curley, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and Delegate Mitchell for your question. In the most simple sense, personnel lapse is really simply the unspent budget for personnel and fringe. That's all it really is. So if we budget 100 positions and we only employ 50 of them, then those 50 people that we didn't pay for becomes personnel lapse. Now, the calculation, a lot of times it's, in this particular budget that ended up in a CR, the Budget and Finance Committee asked for a projection so that, because typically we wait till August to calculate personnel lapse, and that just draws out the budget period to 6 months. So Budget and Finance asked our office to project it, which we did. But I can tell you that consistently, the personnel lapse in and of itself is right around 35 to 36 million every year. What we do then is we take set-asides out of that. There's a specific balance we have to keep in there. Then there's allocations made by Budget and Finance. There's GWAs that come out of it. There's a whole bunch of different things, and that's what shrinks it to, I think, the $18 million number you see in BFJY 1724. There's an exhibit, I think, that's in that legislation that shows our calculation on how we got to that 18 million. But it starts with a top line calculation of here's what we budgeted for personnel and fringe, and here's what we spent. The difference almost every year is somewhere between, just say, 34 and 36 million. Then we in OOC take all of those kind of set-asides and other allocations out of personnel lapse, and that's what shrinks it. So even in this current budget, there was a balance, I think, of 13 million still available from the personnel lapse if we needed it, after consideration of GWAs and those other things I talked about. So the personnel lapse pretty much stays the same, which tells us in OOC that the same number of vacancies we budget for every year don't get hired, because that top line calculation is almost always right around 34 to 36 million. So, so I hope that helps, Shinada.
Thank you, Controller, for your responses. And going next, Chair James.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker and members of the council, the audience. Di kodo amendment eliagi based on the ni hado nilto veterans bado nilto now for nation library bado nilako ako shizido shilta ako hala ni hisalat so o hayud ni hitcha hada hatzile anil tko beshbansa anani tlini kunne ni hisalat so ni hitcha sa hotlo do la beson handa nelta dan hilnet dat anil tko beshbansa anni tlini hot in hitcha hada itzi ko ako eben nache shin so case so shin ya ikodo aje lahaki dot ejiki aje belke indika ne nachen hisalat so belas anje beso kun shego ebiche kol en leko adonana library na nache na so solta has anje to the kui go shin the nen lini aje chida en leko adjusting kodo besh behan ne shit alt khota bakha do di khon de besh chi na kidi da shit alt ended up bakande ati ein hit the net la aje chida en le na khal chinen lini aje get dit ado unda hat da beget o tligi aje banaz ne lo hot chida en le ako aje thought hot based on hioket and lenko ado the kui the she the anishes anil art out aje os the toko to the library alto the several departments have utilized the library to run their department in the past for whatever reason that they were asked to leave their facility. Ako na has le ako the question he can't nalo do based on la ambiche quid da ako now for Nation Library has anje ako na chinib na chen sana ha case do and sanaja case lat ani bohone zan la di beso jo the division of children and family service do Department of Health ado on the OPVP based on na gaje o ha you beso nas nel saho jo ade beso ha nihla ako do art ende ha nihla but based on lini kunne abadas so he dot art ende ha nihla o ito but art ha nihla ko do kwaje veterans do now for Nation Library aje hot cho ito lihla ko o bel ke di kan so adishne ko ados hat age da bayanada jilti do lihla ko ado be la das link la to jo ishane ishla ne ko kodo Honorable Dr. Nez aje alanje atila de da na has thanigi ishi aje not and linigi iche ha still la da bedini le ko akot out the net got that ado la hito ni dos kwaigi o yo ha has la do lito da no ko hot out ba hatis to o bel kendi ka kot ni hinch ke dolation at no thnigi so bespans an no thnigi kodon hilta nasas thani kot out ni hich hanana sti dole I reserve my time.
56 seconds. And going next to Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I'd like to hear from the Director of Division of Children and Family Services Department of. He's here with us today regarding this amendment, so I'm going to get some time. I'd like for him to address this amendment. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4 minutes and 42 seconds. Going next to Honorable Daniels.
Madam Speaker, Delegate Dr. Andy Naz amendment benin yagi. I see bohanet zado nana kodo hashin so bedato and nesto nana benda and the store let go here kodo. I called Kodo Nagay looking at that amendment. Can you go down right there? Where it says the other one. Yeah, that one there. Okay, the rate 150,000. Kodo the rate Ado the rate Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. Supplies, lease and rental, repairs and maintenance. I support veterans. Don't get me wrong. I support veterans. But I would really support this if this goes down to the agency. Or even at the chapter, to the chapters. His last son that Kagi baby kite or what's been yet. I could they could on the administration, they which on net or a could on supplies, lease and rental, and repairs and maintenance. So it I baby that on this. I could the 150,000 again a great agency is going to rate them, which are that yado a artist last son, Linigi, baby kite at all what's been yet. So what I could I see baby case as zero. Madam Speaker, thank you. Reserve time.
Reserve time of 3 minutes and 8 seconds. And going back around for reserve time, we do have Vice Chair Slater with 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Thank you very much. I guess I get concerned. I think these are good purposes. Taking funding from one program at this point when we do have the UFB available and there is enough funding to cover these costs, I think is the wiser way to cover them. I just think that we end up creating more disharmony, discord, and friction in the government. And I guess the way I was raised as a leader, if there's a way for everybody to win, and even if you can justify your actions and they're potentially good, if there's a way to avoid that disharmony and that discord, then that's the better way to move forward so that we can have a government that works for our people and we see leadership working cooperatively together. I think people understand that there's a lot of criticisms that I have of the executive branch, the operations therein, and the lack of, or the hubris there. So that said, I'm not sure I can support at this point when I think there's an easy off-ramp to just make everyone win and move forward. So I'll yield my remaining time to who wants to raise their hand. Anybody need time? No one? Okay, Speaker, I yield time back to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. And reserve time as well. Chair Regina Charles Newton with 4 minutes and 29 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just going to say that I support this. I just talked to Delegate Naz, and he did speak to the division director, I know for one of the programs. I think it's prioritizing and making sure that services are provided to our Navajo people. The Navajo Nation Library is certainly a service that our Navajo people do need. Oftentimes we're asked about, what's stated in the laws. There are print books that are available. We've been working to try to update those books. update the codes, but that's slowly moving along. And that technically is the responsibility of our chief legislative counsel per the law. So the Navajo Nation Library, you know, has so many different types of resources in that facility that the Navajo people can have access to. So I support the amendment that's being offered here by Delegate Nez, and the fact that he spoke to the division director, which is why I was asking Speaker, you know, if we can get them before us to answer questions. And it's not really pertaining to the federal funds. It is our right as delegates to ask questions when it comes to the budget. And in this case, if they agree to giving money to the Navajo Nation Library, that I think that that helps us as delegates when voting on this amendment. If they don't agree to this, then I think we need to talk about what we can do to try to address this shortfall that's happening. And the big thing is, I think we have to keep reminding ourselves that this budget is actually just until the end of September. So we should be asking, are these programs going to be spending those amounts that are currently authorized for them to have that much money in their budget? So I just want to say that, Speaker, I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:22. And going back to the sponsor, Honorable Dr. Inez.
Yes, thank you, Speaker Shada Aro Ahiha, for the comments as well as the questions. I know Vice Chair Johnson did request to hear from Division Director Cody, who I see is in the South Conference Room. He was one of the division directors I did not consult with, and that was my oversight. But at the same time, when I was reviewing the budget, considering the amendments that were already made on Monday by the time Hess joined Nabik Iyatye. And this is pulling from the funds that don't necessarily provide direct service. As I mentioned, it's pulling from furniture. I could sit on the ground, on the floor here if I needed to. I don't need to be very comfortable. That was the reason for that. The other is the division director's travel. That's the specific one. The last one was regarding their educational and community awareness for the handout at Navajo Nation fairs, programs in media, cater, lunch and dinner. That's where it's coming from. So I did scrutinize their budget just to ensure that I wasn't pulling from direct service. So again, that was my oversight, but at the same time, my concern, and division directors out there, is the reason that DCFS was also part of my purview of the budget is because I understand the division purchased thousands of books, and now you have the Office of the President and Vice President that are utilizing those funds in simple ways where it's unfortunate because we have a lot of grassroots organizers and nonprofits that we've tried to work for to get support through the Division for Children and Family Services. And that one, in part, was one of the reasons I started to look at their budget and figured and inform myself, you know, if that's simple, then we can dialogue on that, on how we can get better services out to our nonprofits, our grassroots organizers. Again, we did try to get some funds and get more clarity on how we can support some of our unsheltered relatives in border towns as well. So if these funds would by means go towards those efforts, then great. But again, colleagues, those were the reasons that I had pulled some of this funding from that area. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Inez. And going back to reserve time, we do have Chair James with 56 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Let's support this amendment. Thank you, colleagues. Waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Waives the rest of his time. Vice Chair Johnson with 4 minutes and 42 seconds. Going next to Honorable Daniels with 3 minutes and 8 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, good. after listening to the conversation regarding the amendment, Delegate Slater, there is UFB so if you could the veterans at the local level. So just want to say thank you to Honorable Dr. Nance. Yeah, thank you. Yield my time. Waive my time.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels waives the rest of his time. And going to new in queue, we do have Honorable Tolf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Dona, committee members, 25th Navajo Nation Council. I question that any legislative concern, how can we enforce? A lot of times we make these concerns. Some division directors, program, even executive branch are not abide by these concerns. How can we, especially money-wise, and I know they go up to, sometimes they bypass the controller, and after the facts they present the payment, whatever. So my concern to the Legislative Council, how can we enforce when there's a violation or division directors not following? How can we enforce? So I know if we take it to ethics and rules, there's limit of staff, investigator, white collar crime, same way. They have a lot of case. So I just wanted to know how we can, do we need to do a legislation if they don't follow these rules? So, ideya koro abo holon ko aliya ko sinte ya iketa idole. So that ikopanal take no wedge etabuda no. So ide koro I do support Shijai Koro sponsor yidlagi ko. I mean legislative concern gi. Because isn't Ato the money which Holiangi veterans agency that's chapter veterans organization don't have an office. They just use chapters or senior centers and that. So I think this has to go through the agency for renovation, whatever. This just wait my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tolf. And going next to reserve time, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, I support this legislation. To me, it just seems to make more sense. You're taking away travel expenses and then furniture, and we're putting into the Navajo Nation Library, again, where many of our Navajo people go to get the resources that they need to help them. And some of those resources do include the Navajo Nation code, as well as to the supplies that are needed, communication and utilities, repairs and maintenance. Compared to, again, 70,000.
Point of privilege raised by Vice Chair Simonson.
Call point of privilege, Rule 16B. Any delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional documents from the sponsors, but this is where I'd like to emphasize, raise the safety of the council to maintain among and between all members of council and the public, and to maintain the dignity, integrity of the proceedings. Point of privilege shall not be used to engage in additional debates. I'd like to use Rule 16B. I'd like to request to recess and go into a leadership meeting, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simonson, for that point of privilege that was raised. And colleagues, if you do go back to your Navajo Nation's council rules of order, and within our rules of order, we don't have anything specified for leadership meeting. However, we do have in Rule 21 a caucus, so that can be taken up by a motion, but a motion can't be taken up from a point of privilege. So there is also that option, Vice Chair Simonson. So I'm going to keep going forth with back to Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, you do have 1 minute and 37 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, when we're talking about the resources that the library needs.
Point of privilege raised by Vice Chair Simonson.
Speaker, I raised a point of privilege, and I have mentioned that I'm using Rule 16B to maintain among and between all members of council. I would like to go ahead and go into a caucus, Rule 21 then.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simonson. Again, as stated to Rule 21, it has to be through a motion. So if you are in queue and you can use within your 5 minutes on a motion, and then you can also motion for a caucus during that time. So we can't motion within a point of privilege. Thank you, Vice Chair Simonson. Going next back to, again, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 1 minute and 31 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Plaw.
Yes, Speaker. I think the issue here is safety of the council. So with that, safety does take precedence. So you should entertain a motion for caucus if it pertains to the safety of the council. So if that's the case, I will make a motion. And if it's for the safety of the council, I would like for you to honor the motion to caucus. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Plaw. Again, colleagues, we do go by our council rules of order. You can't make a motion when you're using a point of privilege. So if you're going in queue, but also another alternative is just to recess if you do wish to recess. And then also, I see that Vice Chair Simonson did get in queue, so at that time we can allow her to do that motion to caucus as well. And again, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, maybe that could be also be a request for myself, is just to reserve your time, and then we can just allow for a caucus motion. There's also that option as well, but you do have 1 minute and 31 seconds. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So anyway, as I was saying, so the travel, the supplies, communication and utilities, repairs and maintenance in terms of what the Navajo Nation Library will be using, but there's also a special transaction. I'm not really sure what that special transaction is for.
Point of order raised by Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of 25th Council, guest staff, good afternoon. I raise a point of order to Rule number 3. As we, on a previous amendment, in reference to the Executive Protection Services, some of the delegates, especially the sponsor to rescind the amendment, Delegate Simon, her picture is being plastered on Facebook on what she did with her amendment getting passed by the council. So that's a safety issue. And right now we have a delegate on the floor. To me, I say that's disorderly behavior. And she's posting Delegate Simon's picture on Facebook. And I think that for the safety of Delegate Simon, we really need to discuss this in the caucus meeting. So, Madam Speaker, the safety of the council, especially Delegate Simonson, I believe in the caucus meeting we need to address this. So with that, I'd like to motion to recess, or at your discretion, Madam Speaker, to go into recess and discuss this issue To me, again, a delegate on this council during this session, I see as disorderly behavior. And plastering the picture of Delegate Simonson on Facebook. So, Madam Speaker, I don't think you need to be advised by, let's say, council to address the safety issue of the council or council delegates. So I ask you to go into recess and we discuss this among ourselves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Simpson, for that point of order that was raised. And colleagues, I'm going to recognize that point of order that was raised. As colleagues, I don't know if, as myself or any of my colleagues, I'm not aware of any social media posting. However, if it's the wish of, I can call for a recess. And then if a leadership meeting or executive leadership meeting is needed, we can use one of the conference rooms. So at this time, colleagues, I'm going to recess at 2:26, and let's go recess for 30 minutes. Colleagues, if you do wish to be part of the leadership meeting, we'll be utilizing the North Conference Room. We are in recess, so we're just going to do a leadership meeting in the North Conference Room from that request, but we are in recess. All right, colleagues, we will do an official roll call before we reconvene. So colleagues, roll call is open. All right, colleagues, we do have 20 members here in the council chamber, so we will reconvene and exit out of recess at 3:29 p.m. And to recap, colleagues, and for our viewers that are here, we are in middle of a debate of amendment number 4. It was motioned by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, and it was seconded by Honorable George Tolth. And we do only have 2 reserves time left. We have by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 1 minute and 15 seconds, and Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson with 4 minutes and 42 seconds. So I'll turn the floor back over to, again, in the audience, if you could quiet down or if you could step outside for any conversations that you need to have. So we are back in middle of our agenda. So Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. As I was saying before we went into our little leadership meeting, right now my understanding of this amendment is to take from divisions and departments that have already okayed, or they've already said that they're fine with making these transfers to the Navajo Nation Library. And because our Navajo people use a lot of the resources from the Navajo Nation Library, I think that this is a good amendment, and I'm just gonna say that I support it. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 39 seconds. Vice Chair Johnson with 4 minutes and 42 seconds.
Speaker Curley, I did ask for Division Director Thomas Cody to come up. I have some questions from regarding this amendment. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:35, and Mr. Cody, if you can make your way down. And Chair Audiso, in queue to speak on amendment number 4. Oh, that was for a roll call. And I'll turn the floor back over to the sponsor for Chair Eugenia Charles Newton's question. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Also, Kuroshade, for that. So I did mention in my opening statements that I did consult with the Department of Health, the Executive Director, but I did not with Mr. Thomas Cody. I believe that's not required, but as a courtesy, with the Department of Health, that's what I pursued. And then regarding the Division for Children and Family Services, again, I went and scrutinized the budget that they had before us to ensure that there was no direct impact to the services that are provided, because I think those are important. But what I did pursue here, again, is the travel, specifically for the administration office, the non-capital furniture and equipment, as well as the purchase of educational community awareness and materials to hand out during the Navajo Nation fairs. So those were the areas. I did get a chance to speak with Director Cody moments before we entered into the meeting there, and we just kind of discussed some different areas. So that's my response. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. And going back to reserve time, we do have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 39 seconds.
Before you run my time, can we get a response from Cody first?
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Cody?
Madam Speaker, the members of the Navajo Nation Council, remember, last year you gave us $190,000 for the Dene Action Plan. So this year you didn't give us that $190,000 for the Dene Action Plan. So we had to put that into our own operating budget, which is a travel for that Dene Action Plan. The members that travel to these quarterly meetings, the activities that we do, I think I tend to stay home and I try not to travel that much. So that's number one. Number two, programs. When I was hired, when you confirmed me as the Executive Director for Navajo Division for Children and Family Services, I'm going to work with the community at the local level. And we've been doing that. We're going to different communities, working with different delegates, your projects. The President, we work with the delegates. And that's been Naniki, you also hired me. It's not only the President that hired me. You confirmed me to be your Executive Director. So a lot of the money that we were using, when you call me, there's no other place I can get money to help you except out of that program budget that you're taking $40,000 out of. So if you take the money, you're directly taking it out of children and families that we're helping. We're also doing a lot of prevention work out into communities. Like tomorrow, we're doing the last 3 Fridays, we've been doing our Dene Action Plan. We did at Church Rock, we did at Rock Springs. Tomorrow we're in Crown Point. Those cost money to do those. It's a lot of the prevention work of dealing with children and families at the lowest level, which is the chapter. That's where we had all these dollars. So majority of it's the Dene Action Plan. And that was my first response was the oversight committee. Because I always thought I had an excellent working relationship with my oversight. But I think if there's money that you need to take, it will also take from the services that the direct services. It's not only fairs. That's probably a small piece of the dollars, but a lot of the activities that we do. I could probably name delegates that we helped, but I won't do that. I will also tell you that things that we purchase go directly to preserving our culture and our language. That's why you hired me. You didn't hire me to keep my staff here in Window Rock. You hired me to go out to the community level and do these services. So keep the money intact so we can continue working together to make those programs work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. And going back to reserve time, we do have Cherry Gina Charles Newton with 39 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for that report. So you said that there was just a little bit of, I guess, thousands of dollars that were used for fares. Can we get an accounting of how much money you've spent on the fares as well as sponsoring the rodeo event during the 4th of July, and which pot of money was used to pay for those? I reserve my time.
15 seconds, and back to Vice Chair Johnson with 4 minutes and 35 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Thank you for providing that, Director Cody. It seems like this is going to be the case moving forward with all these amendments, that there is no consultation with the division directors where these fundings are being pulled from. So I think that's out of order. Also, the budget forms, there's no budget forms for this that I have seen as of yet. So thank you for providing that. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4 minutes, and back to Honorable Dr. Endinez.
Thank you, Speaker. The budget forms were completed. They were reviewed by OMB as well. I took care of that. Monday, I was trying to get that completed. We did adjourn before Nabiki adjourned. And then, so over the course of the last couple of days, we did work with OMB to make sure that the new budget forms for veterans, as well as Navajo Nation Library, were all in order. So those have been reviewed. They did provide some comments to that. So if staff could share that with the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And again, unless Honorable Johnson has a citation for me on how we get the approval or the consultation with programs, because again, my concern is that the program through Division for Children and Family Services, as it was mentioned, the federal funding and utilizing those fundings that are not in line with what they're detailed to be in line with, as well as the procurement of those items. And so, Mr. Cody, in your response, you indicated that you didn't want us taking anything from the DNAT action plan. I have here your budget form 4. This funding is not taken from the DNAT action plan. In fact, you have $80,000.01 in there. Your stipend's at $200 times 5 members times 20 meetings, and that's broken down. And I'm not going to repeat it because this was provided by your office. So for the record, we're not taking from the DNAT action plan. The other thing is that staff has to travel to provide the services. Again, this does not go into the travel for staff. It goes to the travel of the division director, and the division director here, according to the personal travel, is at $58,349. Keep in mind, when this budget passes, you have less than 5 months to be able to use that. And for myself, I rather give funding to support our library and our veterans than spending that amount of money on travel. The last thing that you mentioned, Mr. Cody, is that we are taking funds that provide programs to delegates. What you explained in your rebuttal here is also not identified in your current budget. What you have here is purchase educational community awareness materials used for handout at Navajo Nation fairs and education awareness of programs and via media. Cater lunch, dinner, and refreshments for quarterly annual meetings, educational workshop, and special events. Currently, you have that as over $85,000. That's where that funding is being pulled from. And again, when you go and procure, granted that you procure according to the Navajo Nation's law, that you expend those monies within a short amount of time. The time frame is what I'm focused on from now until we get the budget passed. You have less. I always tell my programs, I always tell our chapters that your deadline is actually July, because August, you're competing with hundreds of other programs to meet deadlines that are already outlined through OMB and OOC in September. So I personally don't say September 31st is your deadline, because we start to see deadlines come out at the latter part of August and most of the early September. So again, just for the record, we're not taking from the action plan. We're not taking from your staff's travel. We're not taking from programs. This is taking from your public relations for catering, refreshments, your furniture, and the personnel travel. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. And going back to Mr. Cody, I believe there were direct questions from Chair Gina Charles Newton.
Senator, thank you. Delegate Newton, Charles Newton. We used $18,000 for our event. It was for children and families that attended a rodeo. We had kids from Taos. We had Hogan Hojoni kids there. We also had the St. Michael's kids there. Those are our core group that we invited there. Plus, we invited the other Navajo Nation children and families. So, and then I also have your Facebook Live, your Facebook post that you thought it was an excellent program for families and children. So I hope you agree with me that was money well spent, because we did it for the whole family. It wasn't for, and it was a Cody Jesus this kid. So if Cody Jesus event was, he grew up, and his story, if you see his story, he grew up something similar to all of us. And he made it big. And that we're showcasing that to these young children, you too can become a Cody Jesus. You too can become a rodeo star, a bull riding star, a roping star. And yeah, that's what we're doing, Shananta. And that's how we spent that money. Shananta, Andy Nez, so Dr. Andy Nez, so a lot of the money that we have, they're just lumped, and the justifications are very vague. If you would like for us to run the numbers of how many events we helped you with, we could do that. So that money that we help with doing community events, it comes directly out of this pot. So I have no other way to explain this, the money that we're trying to save. You're welcome to take the furnitures. I think that's fine with me. But the program dollars that we use at your chapters, that we give to children and families, that's the amount that that I think you shouldn't be taking. You're welcome to take some of the travel. That would just limit the amount of travel that we do, because our social workers, our staff that we work in our office do a lot of the traveling also. So sometimes we can't do a lot of the traveling or purchasing of food for a program. That's what we use these monies for. And that will be my last justification of why I would like to keep this money. Oh, and then we also did food boxes. We did food boxes during the derailment, 20 food boxes that we prepared and we took out there. So those are the kind of material, because you don't have the money to do it. You don't have the so-called discretionary fund that we had when I was a delegate. So, we're helping your people at the local level, and it's just not here in Windrock, it's
Thank you, Mr. Cody. And going back to reserve time, colleagues, we have Chair Gina Charles Newton with 15 seconds.
I'm sorry, Speaker, before you run my time, I want to call a point of privilege.
Point of privilege raised by Chair Gina Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I call this a point of privilege under Rule 16, under the Council Rules of Order B, where it were to receive additional comments about what was stated. I understand, Mr. Cody, that I guess I'm 18,000, you just now explained was for the rodeo event. You said it's for the kids. Were those kids in that one special, like the nice little first class thing? And then do you have proof of that? Because I'm asking because we get reports about families that need help out there. And I know there's a few from Shiprock. I've been CC'd in those emails that were sent to you that haven't been addressed yet. So for me, I think when I posted that event about Cody Jesus a while ago,
Chair, if you could just strictly direct to your point of privilege.
My point of privilege is, were they inside of that little first class, I don't know what it's called, Speaker, the little boxes, the booths? Because that's what you get when you sponsor, right? You get a booth. Okay. So were all of those children in the booth? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And going for that point of privilege for that information, Mr. Cody, if you could just directly answer that point of privilege.
Yes, they were.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. And back for debate time, Chair Gina Charles Newton, 15 seconds. Point of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. So I asked for proof. So if I can get that, maybe there's a picture that was done with all the kids in that booth. I'd like to see that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Cody, if there's any type of report or any documentations. Mr. Cody?
Senator Eugene Charleston, I wish I could take pictures, but I cannot take pictures of those kids that are in our foster care. That's number one. But what I can do, I can get you testimonies of those families that were there, and I can reach out to the organizations and get them to do hey, this is what we did during that, and we sat in that box.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. So that at this point in time, that would be a no. Okay, thank you, Mr. Cody. And going back to debate time, 15 seconds. Point of privilege raised by Chair James.
Thank you, Speaker, for the time and members of council. I raise this point of privilege to Rule 16 and to help me vote on this amendment at this point. Can OMB and the controller submit a listing to council of how this fundings were spent? And then at the same time from OMB, how many documents were submitted from Division of Children and Family Service for budget transfers pertaining to these budgets that are here? So if I can make that Rule 16 point of privilege in regards to documents and to request for additional documents to proceed forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair James, and that is requests to OMB, Mr. Bial, and also the controller that is here in the chamber is here with us. So if you could also provide that information, it can be emailed to the whole council or just and chair as well. And Mr. Bial, do you know how long that would take for this point of privilege? Controller?
Thank you, Speaker. We could, I can get with my team and run a report, try and get it this afternoon.
Mr. Bial?
Madam Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, in response to Delegate James' request, we do quarterly budget transfer, budget revision request reports for the Budget and Finance Committee. So let me see, we're now in the end of February. We would have the report information for the first quarter, which ended at the end of December. And that could be provided possibly by the end of the day. All of the staff is in the North Conference Room. But, and so the information is there. But if you're seeking for more information that's more up to date and current, that'll take at least a couple days to prepare. And so if that fits your time frame, then we can provide that, and as Speaker mentioned, provided by email. And that information also to all of the delegates. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rial. And Chair James, is that okay if they did state that they would need additional time to collect that documentation and forward it to you?
Thank you again, Speaker, and then also Controller and Mr. Bial. Yeah, thank you for the response. Really quickly, I would let me clarify, and if we can get the budget transfer, your report for fiscal year 2024, fourth quarter, and the first quarter of fiscal year 2025. Since you've already generated that budget for budget and finance, it shouldn't take a couple days. We should be able to receive that as a whole council regarding the fourth quarter report for fiscal year 2024 and the first quarter of the fiscal year 2025. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair James. And again, Mr. Bial and Controller, if we can get that here this afternoon. Or Controller, if you can, maybe if you can switch out with one of the presenters here so you can address the council.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Members of the council. So I may have to step back from that request a little bit, and the reason being is I'm trying to determine who we paid for that event, because as you recall, sometimes we utilize a fiscal agent for some of these things. I don't think that's the case here, but we're trying to figure that out. So let me get back with you and see. I'll get it as soon as I can.
All right, thank you, Controller. And going back to the floor here for the debate, Chair Gina Charles Newton, 15 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I just talked with OMB. Apparently, there was a report that was sent out to council on the budget transfers, and they're pulling that up. So I'm just going to use the rest of my time to say that they're pulling that up, and I asked them that they reset it to council's.
All right, thank you, Chair. And going back to Vice Chair Johnson with 4 minutes.
Yeah, this question is for the Division Director, Cody. Was this brought before you by the committee as an unmet need? Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:51. And Mr. Cody?
Shananta, no, it wasn't.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Johnson, you're the only one that does have reserve time of 3 minutes and 51 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I'd like to also request that we bring up Department of Health Director, Sherlyn Yazzie. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:42. And Vice Chair Johnson, if when she's making her way down, maybe you can state the questions that you do have for Department of Health. Vice Chair Johnson, you do have 3 minutes and 42 seconds.
Yeah, I'd like to have her come before us, and I'd like to ask a question regarding this this amendment regarding the my colleague here stating that he had consulted with the division directors. So regarding this request, reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:14. And for our presenter here, or answering the questions here, if you could state your name and title, and then you can proceed with answering the questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Duncan at City. I am the deputy for Ms. Director Yazzie.
And if you can proceed to answering Vice Chair Johnson's question.
Delegate Johnson, would you be so kind to repeat the question, sir?
Vice Chair did question if the department was consulted on this amendment.
Yes, we were.
Thank you. And new in queue, we do have Chair Crotty, 5 minutes to amendment number 4.
Yes, thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I would say, and asking the motioning party if Department of Health has concurred that that this won't impact, direct services. My request would be to modify the division for children and family services to instead of moving those dollars out of those business units, if we could, I think Vice Chair Slater had recommended a UUFB request, just so that we could do more inquiry to this business unit, and we, as a council and Nabikia committee, we could get the information that we need from OMB and OOC, and also understand how the implementation of the Arctic IT will then give access to all of leadership on the different, how the different accounts are spent. And I think that we also need to continue to ask the division on how they're spending their dollars and if there's a third-party fiscal agent. At this point, I just feel like we don't have that amount of information that we need. There is critical work with the Jeanette Action Plan. We previously had passed a legislative concern in support of the Jeanette Action Plan so that epidemiology can provide information in those 4 areas. So I would ask the motioning party if that could be a modification of the $70,000, so that would modify Exhibit G, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 3:07, and there is a modification request to Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Yes, before I get to the modification requests, I do want to share that, yes, direct service was my intent and not to compromise that heavily, which is why in the budget, you see that it includes furniture. I don't think furniture provides any direct service. But I know the others that was elaborated here moments ago by Mr. Cody. Now those, you've heard briefly here some of the statements regarding the travel as well as the catering, and then going off to the Department of Health, again with the mentality that there's no disruption to direct service, because right now the contractual services with the budget form by the Department of Health is at $295,028, and that's where that 70 is coming from. And so I did speak with, I did correspond with appointed Director Yazi, and she was fine with that. Now you do have deputy before us, and the question was if that impacts direct service. So I'll leave that to the division to address that, but I did, again, correspond with appointed Director Yazi on that. But I'm more than happy to address the modification if needed. My concern is that today's our day to address this, and I don't know if that's going to take a simple wording issue or if that's going to require much more. Because again, for me, no direct service. I'm setting that for the record. That was my intent, not to disturb that direct service. What I'm looking at is timeline and a consideration to expend these funds. Because if you're using funds to do contractual work and do purchases, that takes a procurement process. And being able to utilize those funds in a timely manner at the end of July. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Thank you. And Deputy, you may respond to that question. Thank you, Speaker.
Deputy, if you could also assist Honorable Dr. Andy Nez with those questions.
Dr. Nez, thank you so much, and no, it will not. And I support Director Yazi, so thank you so much.
So, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, are you in concurrence or not entertaining that modification to the amendment?
I'm okay with the modification. I just need clarification. Again, we're on this for just up to 11:59 p.m. this evening. So if that's a language fix, I don't know what it requires, and this would be for legal counsel to address, but I'm open for that. Thank you.
Office of Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker. In response to Delegate Nez's question, as I understand it, the proposal is to modify the amendment to go from a budget amendment from business unit to business unit to do an unmet needs request. It's simple to write it. The only thing that I would need are the budget forms. So the reason the budget forms are required is because it needs to set forth specifically the object code and what it's going to be used for. If you notice that when we're going from like you have up there on the screen, when you're going from business unit to business unit, you have the budget forms already prepared, and then you're just saying what object codes they're coming out of and then going into. So it's simple for me to write the amendment. It just depends on how long your agents would need to prepare the budget forms. Speaker.
Back to Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Lowell and then Speaker. So we can work on that. I assume that wouldn't take too much time, but if we can act, I'm more than happy to delete that first business unit, but retain the Department of Health as well as the OPVP's budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honorable Dr. Endinez, and there will be a modification that will take place with amendment number 4, and the team here will need additional minutes. So colleagues, I'm going to call for a recess for 15 minutes, if that is okay, to modify this amendment. I don't see any, so let's recess for 15 minutes. Colleagues, we'll do a roll call. If you're here in the council chamber, we're doing a roll call. Great, thank you, colleagues. We do have 20 members that are here in the council chamber, so we will reconvene and exit out of recess at 4:25 p.m. And colleagues, there is a modification of the amendment. And staff, if you could help us read that modified amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. Amendment 4 modified under number 2, overstrike from Business Unit 117001, Division of Children and Family Services. Object code 3230, travel expense $15,000. Object code 4200, non-cat $15,000. Object code 7110, programs, object code $40,000, and the total amount of $70,000. Under 2 business unit 019006, Navigation Library, overstrike $140,000 and insert $70,000. A new item 4, in Exhibit G, add new lines as follows. New language underline, business unit 109006, Navigation Library, $70,000. Description, the funding will be used for the operational and other needs. 5, the Office of Management and Budget shall prepare a revised Exhibit G in accordance with this amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff and colleagues. That amendment is now modified. So we do have back for reserve time Vice Chair Johnson with 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
Yeah, just like to thank my colleagues, for their discussion on this amendment. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and waive the rest of my time.
Vice Chair Johnson waives the rest of his time, and going to Chair Crotty with 3 minutes and 7 seconds.
Appreciate it. Would like just that we note, staff, that help the HES Committee, the Budget and Finance, and Nabagiatiet, that we continue to monitor these funds and make sure that in addition to the general budget funding, that we take some time to look at the federal dollars so that these our programs are able to draw down and push this type of funding and resources out to our people. There's a large need, and if we could have a plan in terms of how the community is being provided preventative service, that would be helpful so that we could start collecting data and have some indicators on what works best, and that always helps with our decision making. So I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. Waives the rest of her time. And colleagues, I don't have any other reserved time left. Second call and third call, colleagues. 2 minutes on the board to vote on amendment number 4. Colleagues, we have less than 1 minute to vote. Ten seconds to vote. Honorable Tlaw, how do you vote? Honorable Tlaw votes green. And colleagues, we do have a vote of 17 in favor, 3 opposed with speaker not voting. Amendment number 4 does carry. And going back to the main motion. Honorable Mitchell. Waives the rest of his time. Next, Honorable Daniels.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I don't think 25th Navajo Nation Council, and I don't think when such a hold Jessica Hilcha, Ajit is Kidnana ho, Ahonat every day ho. So, Kodona Gayat, Kodo budget ban 8, indicate Kodona Gayat FY 2025 comprehensive budget. A Kodo A Nades that there was a shame Bahanani cut or the Chaco. So, Kodo, you say Kodo Babans, that's Kesgi Kodo, the Bebenant and Linigi, Adonan Eastern Land Board. Kodon labor per mileage, you get that tea, though, it's just a lot. Tea, to go $200 a month. Dobby got that. Or you don't be got that, or 8 Shiba city cost add Baho Jijo. So I go 8 initial and a gay dam. Ko even national Kodona gay projects again had a hakat and lenho. Zabet and long a Kodona gay the consent a Kodo a yet had the currently grazing permit holders, permittees, it had a getting these consent out of the Kodo a project Dahile, water line, power line projects done Dahile, ko even national Kodo, but and long a Kodo even on a Yosenako Bebenanta. So a shame Kodona gay dam, Kodona gay dam. Strandes the Doshin Kodo Yego Baban C case or letting so Bansas case go Kodona gay, D Kodo budget could cabanate iniki, Joy Kodo eat or that or they run better hold Gij Katita. I call I see Kodo Babansas case here Kodo. The Kyoshi amendment at Dalia. But Nashiko Kodo a one such a hold Gij Dona Kodona gay Dawago shink at a bayage that Chakat. I hot Elgo Elkio, bayage Hahosh Ashago. Lashin here at Hodat, Hoti, celebrate the Shin Bayaj Dacha. Eben National Kodo, I'm going to make a motion to cease debate. Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels, there is a request or a motion that is on the floor for a motion to cease debate. And colleagues, on the main motion for discussion, I did only have 4 colleagues that did have reserved time. Honorable Simonson with 4 minutes and 46 seconds. Chair Cronny with 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Chair James, 4 minutes and 52 seconds. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez with 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Honorable Simonson, will you be okay to yield your time? Yields her time. Chair Crotty.
There's an amendment.
Okay, Chair James. Waives time. Honorable Dr. Andy Naz. Waives time. All right, colleagues. Oh. Okay. Thank you, honorable colleagues. There is that split of wanting to debate and not debate. So I'm going to recognize that motion to cease debate, colleagues, and then we'll turn it back to the floor for a vote if you do want to give the decision back to my colleagues here through a vote. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Tulth. Point of order raised by Chair Crotty.
Yes, thank you. So staff, you may help. I may need your help in terms of speaker. So the burden is on yourself to let me know what rule you're using when we talk about Rules 12. So it would need, you would need to make sure that there has been enough time for both sides to weigh on the issue. And so if you could identify how you made that determination to accept the motion and the second on cease debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Crotty and colleagues. As I mentioned, there were 4 colleagues that debated on the main motion, and with 2 waive times, and then I did ask for whoever was still had reserved time, and there was that split. So colleagues, and so for those that I did recognize, and there were no absolute yes or no, but there were through amendments that were taking place. And colleagues, we did discuss this at Budget and Finance and also Nabiki Etiquette Committee, so I just make that ruling to recognize that motion to cease debate. So colleagues, then you could, it'll be back up to you if you do want to recognize it or not, then it'll be through a 2/3 vote. So we do have that motion and a second in place, and colleagues, motion to cease debate is not debatable, and it is only carried by a 2/3 vote, meaning 16 votes of the. It is of 2. Oh yeah, 2/3 of the delegates casting votes. So that will be for here that are present based on the last vote will be 14 votes. So colleagues, it'll be 2 minutes on the board, colleagues. And again, colleagues, it's 2/3 of the delegates casting votes. And Chair Parrish votes green, colleagues, and that is a vote of 14 in favor and 6 opposed, with Speaker not voting. And colleagues, it is a 2/3 of the delegates that are casting votes, so we do have 20 votes on the floor, and 2/3 of that is 14. So the motion to cease debate carries. And colleagues, we will turn the floor over to Ms. Johnson to do the second reading of the legislation. Two-thirds of the delegates casting votes, so altogether there's 20 votes, 14 in favor, 6 opposed, with myself not voting, so that's 20 votes, and two-thirds of that is 14 votes to carry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 1, this amendment rescinds Amendment 4 approving the Navikiatik Committee on February 24, 2025. Amendment 4 is hereby rescinded in its entirety as follows. Overstrike 1, make the amendment to the executive branch funding as follows. Overstrike from Business Unit 103007, Executive Protection Services, from all object codes in the amount of $737,015 for the total amount of $73,015 to Business Unit 116002 NPD Chinle District in the amount of $123,169 to Business Unit 116003 NPD Crown Point District $123,169 to Business Unit 116005 NPD Kayenta District $123,169 to Business Unit 116006 NPD Shiprock District $123,169 to Business Unit 116007 and PD Tuba City District $123,169 to Business Unit 116009 and PD Delcon District $123,170 for a total amount of $739,015. 2, this amendment will remove all funding from the Executive Protection Program, Business Unit 103007. The programs identified in this amendment are directed to make changes to their budget forms consistent with this amendment. Amendment 2, add the following legislative concern to Exhibit I, FY 2025 legislative concerns under the Executive Branch, new language underlying Navajo Division of Transportation Admin, Business Unit 121001. The Navajo Division of Transportation is to provide a written report to the Resources and Development Committee by the end of the third quarter to provide an update on the Memorandum of Understanding for Road 474 that extends from Highway 550 to Apache Corner from Counselor towards Ojo Encino chapter for maintenance and snow removal, including Torreon and Pueblo Pintado. And underline 2, add the following legislative concern to Exhibit I, legislative concerns for the Executive Branch, new language underlined, the Department of Personnel Management, DPM, Business Unit 105001, the Office of the President, Vice President, OPVP, Business Unit 103001, and the Division of Public Safety, DPS, Business Unit 116001, shall provide a written and oral report to the Law and Order Committee, LOC, by the end of the third quarter of FY 2025 for the review of the plan of operation for the Executive Protection Services Program in Resolution NABIMY-16-23. Then DPM, OPVP, DPS, and LOC shall collectively consult to determine the impacts of defunding the Executive Protection Services Program. The findings of DPM and OPVP, DPS, and LOC shall submit a written report of its findings to the Navikiatik Committee by the end of the fourth quarter of FY 2025, and underline. 3, add the following executive concern to Exhibit I, FY 2025 legislative concerns under the Executive Branch, new language underline, Division of Health Administration and Navajo Epidemiology Center, Business Units XXX and XXX. The Division of Health Administration and the Navajo Epidemiology Center, Navajo EPI, shall present an oral and written report to the Health Education Human Services Committee, HESI, by the end of the FY 2025 third quarter with a proposed plan to establish Navajo EPI as the primary hub for data collection on critical social issues affecting Navajo Nation populace, including suicide, violence, substance use, and missing persons. The report shall include proposed structure and funding to enhance Navajo EPI's capacity to manage and analyze the data effectively. Navajo EPI shall also provide a copy of the report to Dene Action Plan task groups, suicide prevention, substance use, domestic violence, and missing murdered Dene relatives, and underline. Amendment 3 in Exhibit G, add new lines as follows. Underline new language, Business Unit 107080, excess annual leave forfeiture payout. Description, the funding will be used to compensate employees whose leave in excess of 320 hours was forfeited at the end of calendar year 2024, and underline. 2, the Office of Management and Budget shall prepare a revised Exhibit G in accordance with this amendment. Amendment 4, make the amendment to the executive branch following funding as follows: from Business Unit 103001 OPVP, Object Code 4200 non-cap in the amount of $40,000, Object Code 6520 Consulting, amount of $20,000, Object Code 7110 Programs in the amount of $40,000, Object Code 4710 Media in the amount of $50,000, total amount of $150,000, to Business Unit 103015 Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, Object Code 4000 Supplies in the amount of $50,000, Object Code 5000 Lease and Rental in the amount of $25,000, Object Code 6000 Repairs and Maintenance in the amount of $75,000, total amount of $150,000. 2, make the amendments to the Division for Children and Family Services and Department of Health funding as follows: from Business Unit 113001 Department of Health, Object Code 6520 Consulting in the amount of $70,000, total amount of $70,000, to Business Unit 109006 Navajo Nation Library, Object Code 3000 Travel in the amount of $12,300, Object Code 4000 Supplies in the amount of $610, Object Code 5500 Communication and Utilities in the amount of $8,500, Object Code 6000 Repairs and Maintenance in the amount of $25,000, Object Code 7000 Special Transactions in the amount of $23,590, total amount of $70,000. The programs identified in this amendment are directed to make changes to their budget forms consistent with this amendment. 4, in Exhibit G, add new lines as follows: new language underlined, Business Unit 109006 Navajo Nation Library, $70,000. Description: the funding will be used for operational and other needs, and underline. 5, the Office of Management and Budget shall prepare a revised Exhibit G in accordance with this amendment. 6, renumber, reletters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with the notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And colleagues, we will have 2 minutes on the board for the main motion vote, and it is a 2/3 legislation. That is of the full council. And colleagues, you have about 30 seconds here on the board to vote. And time has expired. Honorable Tlaw, how do you vote? Honorable Tlaw votes green. And colleagues, we do have a vote of 19 in favor, 1 opposed, with speaker not voting. The main motion passes. Thank you again, colleagues. Congratulations. We are on number 6, close of session. Any announcement, colleagues? Chair James, announcement?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just really want to quickly say that Ganado Lady Hornets is part of the Final Four in Phoenix, plus Chinle Wildcats. Tomorrow's the game at 6 p.m. for Ganado Hornets and Chinle Wildcats at 8 p.m. at Veterans Memorial Coliseum. Page, they're going to be down there. So, and I believe there's a game, according to Mr. Bial, Shiprock and Gallup Bengals tonight at Gallup. So, so congratulations to all our high school teams. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair James. Next for announcement, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Speaker, colleagues, just a reminder, on Saturday, we have the gaming meeting. It's going to be teleconference. If all of our delegates could take part either via teleconference or in person, that would be great. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Any other announcements? Honorable Helena Nesbegay.
Oh, thank you. Just letting everybody know that our Ladies Sand Devils will be playing for the Copper State Championship game. So they made it to this is a new thing for this year. So hopefully we bring home the trophy. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, Shema. Colleagues, any more announcements? Can I get a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn by Vice Chair Johnson, second by Honorable Tolf. And colleagues, 2 minutes on the board for adjournment. Honorable Tlaw, how do you vote? Colleagues, we're still taking a vote here. Honorable Tlaw, how do you vote? Time has expired. Votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Chair Crotty, how do you vote? Green. Vice Chair Slater, how do you vote? Vice Chair Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Toth? Green. Chair Otto So, how do you vote? Chair Otto So? Green. And colleagues, we do have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting, and we will officially adjourn our budget session at 5 o'clock p.m. Thank you, colleagues and staff.